You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. East Ringwood Recreation Reserve plays host this afternoon as EFNL Game Day presents a cracking contest set down for decision. And this week it's East Ringwood taking on Rowville in round 9 of Premier Division, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and all around the world on YouTube and Facebook. East Ringwood, unbeaten so far, have been the side to beat after their clinical exhibition a week ago, defeating last year's Premiers Balwyn by 70 points. On the other hand, it's been a season of fluctuating fortunes for their opponents today in Rowville, but don't be fooled. Rowville can mix it with the big boys and sent Premier Division a timely reminder last week of their capabilities when they put Mitcham to the sword by a massive 138 points. The stage is set for an intriguing contest between these two powerhouses of the Premier Division in 2025. We'll speak to the coaches of East Ringwood and Rowville, Ben Osborne and Ben Wise, for their thoughts on today's game, and another big round of 22 matches all across the divisions to adjudicate on, so it's a packed pre-match ahead. It's time to introduce myself, Wayne Brasher, and part of the panel this afternoon. It's a very warm welcome to my comrade in arms, Ray Baird. Good afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, Brash. Thanks for having me here, mate. Look, it does not get any better than that. The sun's shining, not a breath of wind anywhere. I mean, it's cricket weather, mate. I know Lee will be happy with me saying that it's cricket weather. But no, we'll have to play football today. But no, at top of the ladder clash, as you said, we've had some great games in the reserves are going at it now. There's only 1 point difference. They're both undefeated. And good performances by East Ringwood and Rowville last week, so it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome is today.
Yeah, it is a very interesting mix, Ray, because we're now at the end of our first round of matches in Premier Division, and there's a little bit of a pecking order already starting to rear its ugly head, isn't there?
It certainly is, Brash, and we've said all along that all divisions, and particularly in Premier Division, it's going to go right down to the last game of the season, I think, to see, maybe not to see who's going to be there, but to see what order they finish in.
Early thoughts before we move into some of the games, Ray. What's your early thought on this game this afternoon? And is there a key point that you can tell our viewers that they need to watch for throughout this contest?
Well, obviously, East Ringwood at the moment are the better side. They're sitting on top of the ladder, a far better percentage than Rowville. But the thing is that, Rowville always challenge East Ringwood no matter wherever they're playing. Rowville, they've been struck by injuries, no excuse whatsoever. What it's done, it's opened the door and they've blooded a lot of under-19 players as well as reserve players this year. So you go with what you got, and I just think that Rowville's third quarters generally are their best quarter of football, and even if the game's in a balance at half time, I just think that it's still anybody's game.
I think for mine, Ray, I think the early thing for me is that both sides were extremely impressive and won by big margins last week. And I guess if you were doing the form lines, it'd be really hard to line the form line up early. So you'd have to go back on a little bit of history, like you say, to see how these twos have normally gone on one by one. And the record shows that there isn't that much difference between them.
No, there isn't. I think East Ringwood beat Rowville twice last season, but the year before, Rowville did actually win out here at East Ringwood Reserve, and they won that game, I think, for about 40-odd points. So as you say, Bress, we don't know how the dice are going to fall today, but we're certainly going to put our finger on the pulse and we'll keep everyone informed.
Well, as the coaches will wander up through our pre-match, we'll get the ball rolling, Rome. We'll start off with Division 4. And Division 4, our first game set down for a bit of a chat is Croydon North Locker at home this afternoon to Whitehall's Pioneers. Pioneers coming off a somewhat surprise loss last week against Warrandyte. They come up against Croydon North, who are still a fledgling club and their form still fluctuates a bit. I tend to trust Whitehorse at this particular stage.
Yeah, look, as you say, White Horse, I picked them last week, but the thing is that, look, they're a proven side in this division, and they really are. Whereas as you said, Lock, they've had some very good games, but they've also had some games that aren't so good. And as you said, they're still a fledgling club. They're in the learning process. They're getting better at what they do, and that's all you want to see. And look, without a doubt, any team in this division has still got a chance to play finals, maybe except for Forest Hill.
Yeah, this division is still wide open, and I think you're right. This won't go down this will go down to round 16, round 18, whatever the case is. Forest Hills are coming off the bye, which is normally not a good sign, and they come up against a red hot Churn side, who probably have sort of plateaued a little bit in the last month or so. They haven't sort of like dominated sides in terms of big score margins in their wins, but they're just doing enough at the moment to maintain their status.
Yeah, look, with Churnside though, look, it doesn't matter. You don't have to win by big margins, Brest. Look, they're sitting up there on top of the ladder, a game ahead of Kilside, so they're not terribly worried about not kicking big scores and all that, as long as you get the 4 points at the end of the day, and that's what Churnside have been able to do. So we'll see how they go today. I have picked them today. I think they'll get up.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Churnside is, a really good pick today.
Yeah.
Well, our first special feature guest from the East Ringwood Football Club is joining us this afternoon, and it's a very warm welcome to the coach of the East Ringwood Football Club, Ben Osborne. Good afternoon, Ben.
Good afternoon to you. Beautiful day.
Magnificent day. A little bit warmer than what it was last Saturday, but I will say that I was mightily impressed with your blokes last week. I think the thing that I took away from the game was, and I think you said it to your players at three-quarter time, you denied them of every single bit of offence that they normally like to play, and then you wanted your side to take full advantage of that in the last quarter, which I think you did. And I was really impressed with your on-ball brigade. They really, from that moment after the stretcher case, I thought your guys in the midfield just took control of the game.
Yeah, I thought we were outstanding. We're a defence-first team, contest and defence, and we tried to score off the back of that, and we were able to score pretty heavily last week on the back of that, especially in the last quarter. But yeah, our midfield was outstanding. We were 2 down early, and the midfield in the second half didn't come off. They rested forward, and just shows, the will and want that they wanted to show for the rest of the game. And just got on top of an absolute star-studded midfield, and they're a fantastically well-driven team, Baldwin, and it was great to get on top of them there.
One thing I noticed that I've noticed a little bit of a change in the Waitman boys, the way that they attack the contest. It's almost like a shock and awe, and it sort of really unsettles the opposition, and that's a really good plus because you end up getting a bit of a match-up there when that happens.
Yeah, the Waitman boys are really good. They're not, obviously, you think they're outside players being so, the smaller ones of our midfield and fast, but they get their own footy as well. And when they're going at speed, they're hard to stop. So Josh has been really big the last couple of weeks against some really good opposition. And Connor's had a really good season again, obviously off the back of last season. So we're very, very grateful to have them on our footy side and especially around the ball.
But you can only play against the opposition that you dealt with, and last week you obviously did the job against Baldwin, but I was down and watched Rowville and Mitcham as well, and they were extremely good also. But I look back and over the last 3 years or so, and there's Rowville, they get very excited about coming up against East Ringwood, and I presume your club do as well.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, and I think the reason behind that is that, let's take the other 2 teams that are up there in the top 4 at the moment. You've got Blackburn and you've got Baldwin. They, to me, play a more defensive style of football, whereas East Ringwood and Rowville, they attack at all costs. And I think that we're going to see a high-scoring event today, particularly with the weather the way it is. So you agree with it's going to be a all-on affair?
Yeah. I hope it's not a complete shootout as a coach.
No.
Because, if Rowville get it on their terms, they are just so slick with the ball. And we've had pretty good matchups against them over the last few years and been able to sort of quell their ball movement as well as they can. But if we're off slightly, they just cut you up and they move the ball so fast, and they'll get you out the back, and we've got still enough class up forward to hurt you. But on the flip side, we've got a couple of boys flying up forward as well, and in the mix with some smaller blokes who put a lot of pressure on. So we feel like we've got a good mix up forward, and we can challenge teams like that. But yeah, if it comes to shootout, as I said, you might hear me in the box next to you.
Yeah. Look, I once again, look, these are absolutely great battles here, and once you said your midfield, you love them to get on top. But where else do you think you can hold Rowville at bay?
We'll have to have a 18-man job to do that. But I think midfield's obviously they've got some quality midfield, quality ruck to start off the proceedings, and look, obviously Cooper McDonald coming back for them, not just stops but also his offense is outstanding as well. So I think if we can quell their halfback running game, I feel like we'll get it on our terms a bit, but it's taking opportunities when they come as well, and I think it's going to be one of those games where if you don't take your opportunities, then you might find yourself on the wrong side. Yeah,
I just want your perspective on the VFL situation with these clubs. How frustrating is it as a coach? Look, obviously you love to have VFL players every week, but how frustrating is it for a coach to say, you've got these players one week and you think, that's great, but then the next week they're off VFL duty? It must be frustrating.
Yeah, it's very tough as a coach, but I've probably been in the system now long enough to just get on with it, I suppose. Like I get what you're saying, like as it is, like you don't see them and then you might see them on a Saturday. For those boys, it's hard to play one system and different rules as well to come back and play different rules again. So it's not just, I'm sure it's frustrating for the players as well, like, falling back from VFL level, some aligned with AFL clubs, and then to come back and play local footy, like it is a jump. So but I think we're aware of it now, and so I suppose I'm just accepting of it, like it's going to happen. Like obviously losing Tovey and Connor Downey this week is great for them. Like we want them to be playing VFL footy, and they're both stars of the game.
On the other hand to that question, I know in Rowville's instance, they've been able to blood some under-19, some reserve players. Have you been able to do that yourself?
Yeah, well, the last couple of weeks we've been affected by either VFL or injuries. So we're getting some blokes in. We haven't used any under-19s as yet, but like last week, and he'll play today again, Ryan Webster, he won the best and fairest in our 19s last year. So, and we've got quite good depth, clearly, at the moment with our two sitting on top of the ladder. It's being tested the last couple of weeks, but it's middle of winter, isn't it? It's going to happen. We had it last year, and most teams have it at some stage during the year. So it's important to see what's out there and see the next. And that's the exciting thing about today is some blokes will be playing in positions that they're not normal to, and that sort of brings a bit of excitement to our group.
Ben, the twin towers down the back, Damon Delaney, the skipper at the moment, and Tristan Tweedy, they really do work very well hand in hand together as a back unit, and they really do set the tone for the afternoon on how that back line has to perform.
Yeah, Tweed's obviously has been a star for a long time.
It took him a little while, didn't it? Because it took him a little while to find his feet. But I think once he hit the right club, and I think this is his right club, he really started to come and blossomed, I reckon, into the footballer that I think we all knew he could be.
Yeah, and I think it took him a little bit of time to understand the way I coach and the way that we play compared to where he'd been. And but now he's just playing, outstanding, knows his role really well, and obviously a very, very good player. Damon Delaney. He's in-house. He's been a star of our club for a long time, and he's now probably getting the recognition he deserves. He's not just shutting down plays; he's getting 20, 25 touches as well, and setting up goals. That's a bloke who's 23, 24. Like he's just finding his feet, and he's really comfortable where he's at, and he's got voted in as a vice captain. So he's obviously loved here.
And finally, for me, Josh Fox. Probably in terms of a full forward, is probably got to be one of the hardest matchups in Premier Division because he's mobile. He's quick off the mark. He can kick a goal from 50, 60 metres out. Unless you've got a really mobile full back, he really does take a lot of full backs to the sword.
Yeah, and again, it was his first year with us last year, and he started really well, and then he had a wedding over in the UK, and that sort of stunted his year last year. But this year, he was just come back as fit as I've ever seen him, and I've seen him at VFL level as well, and he's so selfless, which is so important to have a senior guy down forward which makes Riley Weatherall blossom because Foxy's so selfless and Remy McLean as well. So him teaching those guys the tricks and he just provides so much outside of just his physical attributes and also his goal kicking prowess.
And finally, what's been the difference between the East Ringwood side so far of 2025 as against 2024 version? Anything in particular?
I think we're probably hitting the scoreboard a bit more. We worked on that over pre-season. We're still defending. We're still number one defence in the comp, and that's what we were last year. But I think we're hitting the scoreboard a bit, and I think we're a bit more ruthless as well. Like maybe that grand final stung, and the boys have gone, well, it takes 4 quarters. I think that's probably been the biggest difference is consistency, and that comes with a lot of our younger blokes that, when I first took over were 18, 19. They're now 22, 23, played 70, 80 games. Yeah. And so they've played together for a bit. So they're just more consistent and maybe, just that hunger of, and that ruthlessness of taking teams down when we get the opportunity like we've done a couple of times this year.
Well, Ben, thank you very much for giving up your time again this afternoon on EFNL Game Day. Good luck to you and East Ringwood Football Club this afternoon, and hopefully by 5 o'clock you'll be still unbeaten.
That would be nice. Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for coming.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the coach of the East Ringwood Football Club, Ben Osborne, always good with his time. And, Ray, it's always hard for a coach to come up, especially when they're undefeated, and you try and prod them for something, to see if they're going to give you a weakness of where they can't win. Yeah. But, look, I think we sort of grilled him enough to turn around and say that he's really confident in this playing group at the moment.
Oh, without a doubt. And when you asked him that last question, the first thing that come to my mind was that any side in Premier, the top 5 or 6 are all good. But I think what East Ringwood have been able to do, improve that bottom 5 or 6 from last year. And as he said, is it through just better experienced players around him, or is it just more game time? I think it's a combination of all that.
Yeah, I think Rowville also very much, when we talk to Ben Wise, are also in that mode as well. Still, Ray, they're still pushing through. They're young players as well. So, and I think that's what. And I think that's probably why at the moment we're constantly seeing sides like the East Ringwoods and Balwyn perennially playing finals, because they're starting to put those younger players are getting that 20, 30 games. But I will address that with Ben when he comes on. Let's go back to Division 4. We had one game left to go in that division. And that's match of the day probably status in this one. It's Warrandyte, who won 4 out of their last 5, but they're taking on a Kilsyth side who are in red-hot form as well, who come off a 50-point victory last week against Croydon North Hemlock. When I had a look at this, when I sat down and had a look at this game and decided who I thought might win this contest, I kept coming back to Kilsyth, and my mind hasn't wavered. Can you make a case for Warrandyte?
Oh, without a doubt I can make a case for Warrandyte. Let's face it, their initiation into Division 4 this year over the first 4 or 5 games was dismal. That's the only way you can expect it. But what they've done, Bresh, ever since then, they've improved each game, 5 or 10% on the previous game, and they're getting results now. And I'm picking Warrandyte to win this game. One of the reasons is because it's at Warrandyte.
Yep.
And I just think that, they're playing, you take nothing away from Kilsyth, they're playing some great football as well. But I just think that in certain games when it's 50-50, you get down to just some crucial point. And one crucial point that I've pointed me in Warrandyte's favour is that it's more important for Warrandyte to win this game than it is for Kilsyth.
Yeah, I guess if you're looking at, that's probably a pretty fair case for Warrandyte. Like I said, you're right. They did have a very disappointing start to the season, but they seem to have found their mojo again. And look, to go down to Springfield Park last week and win, they won nonetheless by 3 points, but it's a win at Springfield that not too many sides are going to do.
And what they took out of that game, Brash, was the fact that right at the end of that game they were challenged, and they withheld the challenge and they got away with the 4 points.
Raymond, it's time for us now to move on to Division 3, and Division 3 is it's one of these divisions where it's actually starting to take shape, but it's still got a long way to go in some circumstances.
Yeah, it certainly has, Brash, and look, it's one of the hard, Division 2 also. Division 3 is a hard division to pick from. You got, once again, we spoke about Warrandyte starting the season off very, very slow. Well, the Basin did exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And they're coming up against Coldstream today. And it's a very, very important game. Well, Coldstream, they've got to keep winning to keep Fair Park away from that relegation thing. But the Basin, they're up there. They're a chance to play finals at the moment.
Oh yeah, and I was reading from you that apparently they had some added decoration to the rooms to brighten them up for today's game.
Yeah, look, it only takes one idiot in the community, and so apparently somebody got out there and graffitied all the outside
good on him.
and a bit of the inside of their club rooms last night. But he was captured, and I suppose he'll face the outcome of it all. But you think people would have better things to do than go and doing that.
Yeah, I believe Joel Perry's back in the side this afternoon for the Basin, so that'll be a good fill-up for him and the club.
Has he played this season?
I'm not sure.
I don't think he has he?
So, I mean, look, that'll be great for them. Coldstream, I'm still... the jury's out still for me. I know they beat Fair Park, and it was close for 3 quarters, and they won in the last quarter, but their form this year is just nowhere near what it was in 2024. The Basin, for me, they're really hard to toss at Batterham.
Yep.
They play that ground really well, and Coldstream just do not play well away from home. And I think even though the Basin have had a couple of very ordinary scores in the season so far, when they have hit the scoreboard, they've kicked winning scores. And I think today, the weather being as it is, I think they can win by 5 or 6 goals up there this afternoon.
Yeah, I would say 3 goals. But what the Basin have the ability to do, they come up against sides who play on the big grounds like Coldstream. They have the ability to close the game down, and I think they use the corridor better on that ground than any of the other sides that come there to play. So I'm picking the Basin to win as well.
Well, Donvale Recreation Reserve hosts another game this afternoon, Ray, and they take on Oakley District, who had a massive win last week against Sylvan, and Donvale won by 70-odd points themselves last week against the Basin. Tell you what...
Look, how can you either consider taking a game away from Donvale? I saw them 2 weeks ago on the King's birthday weekend when Knox, they absolutely took Knox apart. They have winners in every position. They're big, they're strong, they just move the ball very, very well from end to end, and they don't miss a lot of goals either, Brash. And I think all good for Oakley District, a big win. They'll go into this game full of confidence. But all in all, I can't see anybody beating Donvale from what I saw a fortnight ago. Yeah,
look, I've seen them in recent times, and when they played Scoresby, and at one stage they were 50 points up, and not take anything away from Scoresby, but Scoresby didn't chuck the towel in and end up only going down by 19 points. So I will say this, that at least Scoresby have thrown a little bit in the minds of Donvale that if you take your foot off the pedal, will still come, but it almost seemed like that Donvale always still had another goal in them at hand if they needed it.
Yeah, you did right, Brash. Look, even you say sides take their foot off the pedal and other sides get a run on and all that. I don't think that would worry Donvale at this side because, as you say, they know they can put the foot to the floor whenever they want to, and it's just the way it is, and fortunately for them, they can do it.
Yeah. Another game... Fair Parker at home this afternoon, and it doesn't get any easier for them. They're taking on a Scoresby side at the moment who just seem to have relished Division 3 this year, and they haven't. Their consistency has been really good. They've had a couple of performances that they had a shock loss to the Basin when the prime mover played, and then they, I think they went down to Donvale by 19 points. But apart from that, they've done everything right. And you've got Adam in firing, but I actually reckon the one guy that I reckon two guys that I reckon have really helped Scoresby this year is Camilleri and Matty Traynor from. I think those two players, their class from coming down from Premier Division and going to play with Scoresby has really given them some grunt.
Well, any side, first of all, that has a man up forward, you can slot him in for a minimum of 5 goals before the game start. But, Traynor was very unlucky at Rowville. Look, he was a very good player, but for just some reason he couldn't break in. When he did break into the senior side over the last few years, he was only in there for 1 or 2 games, and then he was out again. Take nothing away from his ability.
No.
When I saw that he went to Scoresby, I thought that is a tremendous build-up for Scoresby, getting a player like him. Not only himself getting the ball and uses it extremely well, but just his ability to tell the other players where to go and when to go, because he's a very experienced Premier Division player.
Fair Park, on the other hand, they really have suffered from injury, and they've lost players. They've lost quality players like Rankin this year. I believe they may have scored a couple. They may score a couple in towards the back end of the season, which would be good for them because they do need some experience on the ground, because at the moment they are really struggling to kick a score that can win them a game of football.
Yeah, you're dead right, Brash. They are struggling, and look, you would hope that they can be competitive, but it's going to be very hard against Scoresby, who they just keep on doing what they have to do, and I think they'll win fairly easy.
Yeah, I'm looking at about 40 points here for Scoresby.
Yeah, round about that. Yep.
Well, let's keep moving on, and it's the big derby. It's the Gully Derby, and you and I and you know how passionate I love it when about this derby, because I think it in the area itself it generates a lot of interest for the two clubs, and it's a great advertisement for the area. At the moment, Upper Ferntree Gully have probably surprised quite a few this year. They travelled to Ferntree Gully this afternoon to take on a Ferntree Gully side that I don't know. They seem to be. They're not gelling at the moment, Ray. They seem to really be struggling.
Yeah, you're right, Ben. First of all, look, I got sick of you saying over the years, the last 5 years, I'm just waiting for Upper Gully to get in the same division as Ferntree Gully. Yeah. And it all come to tuition this year. No, you're right. Look, Upper Ferntree Gully, when they've won games, they've really, really won them very well. All sides have put in a few disappointing performances, and Upper Gully are one of those sides as well. But Ferntree Gully, you're right, you can't get a take on them. You look at their list, and on paper, it's a very good list, but they made a new coach coming in at the start of this year. I don't think that's really it probably had an effect for the first couple of games where they didn't win and all that, but he's been around and coached long enough now. They should know the game plan that he's trying to get them to play, but they're not performing, they're not getting the results, and it must be very disappointing for their people who turn up each week to watch them play.
At the moment they sit 4 and 6, possibly a game or two outside the top 4.
Well, they're going to have to knock off some of the top sides if they want to play finals.
Yeah,
that's all there is. And you don't want to be in that position where you've got 4 or 5 games to go and you have to say win 2 against the top sides.
Well, there's only 8 to go now in Div 3 after this afternoon.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd have to win at least 6 of 8 just to even finish in 5th spot.
Yeah, well, I can't see where it's coming from.
No, I think Upper Gully. Look, I'm a bit bullish on them. All right, they led by 4 goals early to Scoresby, and then Scoresby got hold of them again and ended up winning by 40 points. But take nothing away for it. It was a really good victory against Knox last week, and I think that was a bit of a telling moment for that football club. I think that gives them a lot of belief moving forward for the rest of the season. And I think this afternoon on the secondary ground, I still think Upper Gully are playing well enough. Right, and I think they'll win this game by 30, 40 points.
Yeah, well, I was going to say 5 goals, but you look at Upper Gully, you go back 2 or even 3 seasons. That club was in a bit of a crisis situation. They were struggling to field a side, particularly in the reserves and that, but they got themselves together off the field. Towards the end of last year, from memory, I think they come home with some good wins, and
they did.
A little bit slow to start off this season, but now they've got their mojo going. And as I say, I think they will beat Ferntree Gully at Wally to number 2 reserve.
Yep.
I think they're at minimum of 30 points.
An interesting game. The last game, Ray, is probably the most interesting game in Division 3 this week, because it's more of a psychological battle coming up here, because Sylvan, let's be honest, they were embarrassed last week by Oakley District. Right, yeah. And Knox's form as of late has been...
Knox are travelling well.
They're not going that well.
No.
I think Steve Buckle's got some issues there. I had a look at their side last week and it looked all right on paper, but maybe something just doesn't seem right. And the thing is, Sylvan will probably play with a chip on their shoulder this afternoon, saying we're not that bad, we're going to go out and prove a point.
Yeah.
And that's probably dangerous for Knox, who are probably not in their best form either, and they're going to be probably desperate to get back on the winners list as well.
Oh, Knox are going to be more desperate to get on the winning list than Sylvan, and I think that if Knox can get their game going, up and running, up there on the little clay pit there at Sylvan, I think that they can kick a huge score in this game. But having said that, I did say if they can get their game going, and I think they will, and I'm going to a minimum of 5 goals, minimum, and it could blow out even. I think
it could. I thought maybe I thought that Sylvan would definitely will want to come back and prove a point. Yeah, but I thought the margin, I was going to go around 18 points because it's just, I'm just not confident the way that that Knox are in playing that type of form where they can blow a side straight off the park at this particular stage.
Well, my comments were all in hope.
That's all right.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, let's move into Division 2, Ray, and it's the start of the second round of fixtures in Division 2 also as well. Croydon are at home to Lilydale this afternoon. Neither side of high-scoring sides by any stretch of the imagination. Lilydale are injury-riddled, and their form is accordingly. Croydon continue to maintain their consistent form at a level that's comfortable for them. But then sometimes it's just not enough against some of the top sides. I could see Croydon, not blowing Lilydale off the park, but probably winning by 3-4 goals.
Well, if this game was at Lilydale like it was in round 1, and Lilydale got the points in that game, but I would, pick them again. But as you say, look, Croydon, they're not going to kick huge scores. They don't kick huge scores. But Lilydale also, they've fallen away from the wayside, and going down to Croydon Oval down there, big wide ground that Lilydale's not used to playing on, and I think that Croydon will get over Lilydale quite easy.
Yeah, they really have. They probably, we actually can't underestimate the loss of Rhett Jordan to Croydon this year.
Been huge.
They've lost a goal kicker worth 40 goals.
Yeah, but not only that, to
his leadership.
Not just his leadership's missing out on the park. That's a big thing. Some players, they're good footballers and all that, and some maybe not so good footballers, but they're selected in the side because of what they do and what they do as far as the team concerned, telling players where to go and directing traffic.
The next game sees East Ringwood at home on their new deck for the first time in 2025. They've struggled in the first half of the season. Let's be honest. They have struggled. They've looked competitive at times. For mine, if they wanted to play finals, Ray, they probably needed to pinch another couple of away games, right, to try and supplement the fact that they've got 8 or 9 games now in a row basically at home as a run into the finals. Waverley Blues don't win out of turn. but I think at the moment they're just going that little bit better than East Burwood.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Look, at those losses to East Ringwood early in the year, they were by really small margins. That's going to come back and bite them. A lot of people are saying, yeah, they've got their last 8 or so at home, but you've got to get back to use of playing. It's a new surface down there. They know the shape of the ground, but sometimes a new surface can be a bit unfamiliar to players who have been playing on the old. So, and you look at Waverley Blues. They had a bit of a battle out. They only got over the line against Heathmont last week in a real battle of a game, from what I believe. And I have to go for Waverley Blues just on that fact that they fought it right out to the end last week and got that victory. And I think they'll go on and beat East Burwood today.
And the fact on the flip side too, Ray, I think they only went down the week before by 2 points to Surrey Park after. So I mean,
and they beat Mulgrave prior to that in that Mulgrave's 100th year or whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So look, I think Waverley Blues. I think they're going well enough at this particular stage to chalk up another win, maybe 4 or 5 goals in this one without being,
I think maybe a little bit closer.
Maybe
a little bit closer.
One side that is out of form at the moment, it's only won 1 out of its last 5 since their centenary game, and that was against Croydon by 2 points, is Mulgrave. They're at home to Ringwood this afternoon. And Ringwood, look, it's been a real baptism of fire for them this year with a younger playing group and not being able to really kick some big scores on the, winnable scores. But Mulgrave, on the other hand, they've flirted with their form. The difference between their good and their bad is big. And once again, after a really promising 3-zip start, they've basically given up, a lot of home games as losses, which are going to be extremely hard for them to pick up on the way back. They can't afford to lose this one today.
Now, Brash, I'll put a question to you. Out of Ringwood and Mulgrave, if either of them make the finals, who do you think has the best chance of winning a final out of those two sides?
I'd still have to say Mulgrave, mainly because they've got Roberts. They've got a proven goal kicker in the side, and they do have experience. Mulgrave.
You're dead right. I agree. I think Mulgrave will win this game, but I don't think there's going to be a lot in it.
No, neither do I. I think this is going to be. This will probably be a 70 to 50 game.
Yeah, I agree, but I think Mulgrave, they have to bounce back because their form over the last couple of weeks, as you say, hasn't been that good, and I think they will, yeah.
Templestowe are at home at Porter Street this afternoon against Heathmont. Heathmont won their last 2 before going down narrowly last week, which has probably stalled their momentum a little bit as they head towards, the back end of the season. Templestowe have done everything right basically for the majority of the season. We've sung their praises, even without without Mitchener being available every week. They seem to have winners across all the lines. The way the players are playing at the moment, that they seem to be able to. They have this belief that if they're behind, that they can still come from behind and win. And I think there's a certain confidence at that club this year.
Yeah, look, with Heathmont, the ironic part about it all, Brash, is they haven't had the best of seasons. But if they can snare a win today, some of the sides above them, only a game above them, or even a game above them, are playing each other, so they could almost snare up into 5th spot if they win this game, Heathmont.
I know,
if they all things fall the other way. So it's crazy in that.
The Basin got beat by 71 points last week, Rain, and actually ended up in the 5 over the weekend after the results came through, and that doesn't happen often.
No, it doesn't happen often, but you're playing Tempe at Tempe. It's a hard ass. The top side, they're a game ahead of One Turner South on the ladder. They've got a very good percentage. I think that they'll be in the game, Heathmont, till half-time, but then I think Templestowe will be the ones that run away with it.
Yeah, and before we finish off in Division 2, the coach of the Rowville Football Club, Ben Wise, has joined us this afternoon. Good afternoon, Ben.
Hey, Brash.
Good, mate. Yourself?
Going well. Hey, Betty.
G'day, mate. How you going?
Good, mate.
Yeah,
really?
Well, I called in there and you were presenting jumpers to new players and all that, so I didn't want to interrupt you, but I got the word to you. Just tell us about the new boy who you presented, or his father presented the jumper to, and just tell us about him.
Lockie Toombs, yeah. So he's come through. He went through the Rowville Knights into our program, probably under 12s, I think, or 13s. He's come through the juniors. Played really well the last 5 weeks in the twos. He's normally played predominantly as a backman. We've had to throw him in the ruck because we've obviously had our injury worries, and played really well there. And then last week we played him forward, and he kicked forward and did really well. So just circumstantial. He was able to get a game this week with Seth McDonald going up to Richmond VFL.
Okay, now I asked Ben Osmond this question. I'll ask you the same. As a coach, how does this VFL situation affect you? Because sometimes you've got players and next week you haven't. It must be very frustrating.
That's just the world we live in, isn't it? Yeah, look, I don't really have an opinion on it because you just got to play by the rules, really.
Yeah. But on the other hand, it's given Rowville and yourself an opportunity to give these young players some game time.
Yeah, it certainly does. And what it does, like what we promote at Rowville is that, you want these young kids to play to the highest standard of footy that they can. And if that's VFL, AFL, our senior footy, we're going to promote that. And, like we've obviously got plenty of young kids that are sort of coming through to aspire to be at higher grades. And, as a coach, if I'm going to be that person, be selfish for me to want them to play with us all the time, then I'm probably doing them a disservice. So I want to make sure that, we provide, the best avenues for them to get higher, and we do our best to support them.
Ben, I said in my opening that it's sort of been a little bit of a season of fluctuating fortunes for Rowville so far.
A little bit.
But Ray said to me, and I did actually watch it on the tape last week, and he did say that it was probably Rowville's best four-quarter performance for the season so far. And he felt that there was still a lot of upside in that performance. And more to come. Would you agree?
Oh, look, I hope so, if we're going to continue to play like that. Yeah, look, we did, we probably had it leading into the bye. Circumstances weren't going really our way with personnel, and, we had a lot of sore boys that were sort of labouring into weeks and getting up from week to week, which makes it really hard. On top of that, you've got your VFL and your NAB League players that are sort of coming in and out when they get picked and selected. The bye came at a really good stage for us, and we were able to have that week off, refresh, get some guys feeling a lot better instead of sort of grinding from week to week. They were able to sort of have that rest and to come out and, pants Mitchum the way we did. It was really pleasing for me, but, it counts for nothing if we come up and put in a shit performance today. So, last week's game was really good offensively for us. We scored really well, but, round 2 I thought was probably our best performance in terms of against really good opposition at ball. And round 3. That was probably our best four-quarter performance. But, yeah, this one was definitely a bit more bruise-free just because probably the opposition. And that's no disrespect to Mitch, and we just had a really good day.
I also think, too, like you said, that, the grind of the season can come very early. And at times it does seem, for the players and the coaching group, it can seem a little insurmountable. When you look at, I'm sure you had a look at the tape this week of the game that the East Ringwood played, just to have a look. And
yep.
I was here last Saturday, and I was really impressed with their midfield and their on-ballers, the attack on the opposition was fierce.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that Rowville can match them with this afternoon. I think Nick Showmakers has got a massive job this afternoon in trying to, peg even with Mundy and Wetherill, because they were outstanding last week for their side.
Yeah, I think so. Well, they bring in obviously the kid that's on an AFL list, young Jamie Henry. Yeah. Look, he's a beanpole, so I'd imagine he's going to be taking a lot of centre bounce stoppages. So it looks like Wetherill will probably spend more time forward. So, Hannah Mundy will probably be the one that'll probably rotate through there a lot. He looked to do a lot around the ground stuff anyway, and Riley slides forward. So, we're equipped to combat all of those, and I think Shuey, it doesn't matter who you put up to him, he's going to give it 110%, and good luck for them to compete against him. That's my mindset.
Ben Brest mentioned the 2 ruckmen for them, but I know that you have a lot of faith also in Tommy Lockman coming into that side, Wayne. He jumps like a giraffe.
Yeah, 100%, and like Tommy's probably a bit stiff. He's a genuine number 1 ruckman, and it's just through the way we set up with our footy and the way Shuey is as a player that he probably stays out of our best side most weeks, just purely on him being a 1 ruckman type. So yeah, when he goes, when Shuey goes down or he's unavailable, then we've got a great fit to come in and play that role straight away.
Have you found Premier Division? My point of view from the outside, I think the intensity's gone up again a little bit this year, Ben. But I think even the bottom four sides, in terms of the way that they play on the day, most sides are capable of playing really 3 to 3.5 quarters of really intense football now, and I think that makes it really hard if you're off that 5%.
Yeah, it is. But at the same time, like, Premier Division football's always been tough, and the style of play, and from year to year it's going to differ. Different sides are going to set up different ways and play different sorts of footy. But I've been in the comp a very long time, and it's still, in my eyes, the best local footy outside of VFL footy. And I think the way everything's sort of been evened up with points and salary cap and everything, I just think the whole Premier Division is really, really solid. And we've got some really good coaches at local level now as well. And, it makes it even harder as a coach for, coming up against really high-quality people that set up. And that's why, like, the sides are obviously competing a lot better through either really good coaches or setups or game plans. And, every game's hard.
Benny, I thought you would have come back a bit harder or brash on that question, because you being an old Premier Division or Division 1 back then in your play, that was tough football, mate. And Brash is singing the praises of these guys today.
Yeah.
I thought you would have come back a bit harder.
Yeah, I was downstairs having a chat at the Fiora, and we were just talking a bit of shit about how we used to play, and it used to be a little bit different. But we both agree that, the standard of footy, the speed and the way the guys prepare and their body shape, it's completely different to when we played. It was a bit more bang crash, and you had the talent and the skill, but just the way these guys repeatedly run and their effort, the way they hit bodies, it's a lot faster and fiercer than, it might be a little bit more chaotic, and the skills may seem not as good as what it was, but that's probably because the ball's moving so much quicker than what it was 10 years ago.
And today, on a day like today, with the weather the way it is, you've got the water boys. You got the water boys out there fired up, because they'll be working overtime.
Yeah. They'll probably be working hard as my midfield, I reckon. But look, it's great conditions, no excuses, and we come up against the benchmark, which is really exciting for us.
Yeah.
Well, Ben, thanks very much for giving up your time this afternoon. It's always a pleasure having you on EFNL Game Day. Good luck to Rowville this afternoon, and maybe by 5 o'clock this afternoon you might be 4 points richer.
Well, I hope so.
Thanks
guys.
There you have it.
Mate.
Cheers.
Thank you.
See you, Brash.
See you later. Yeah, have it. Coach Ben Wise from the Rowville Football Club. Always great to have him on board. We're going to take our first break, Ray, and then we'll come back and we'll come and finish up the rest of their games in EFNL Game Day. It's a big clash here at East Ringwood this afternoon. It's East Ringwood versus Rowville.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The big clash here this afternoon at East Ringwood Reserve. It's Premier Division Round 9 action between East Ringwood and Rowville. Joining me on pre-match this afternoon is Ray Baird. Ray, just before the break, we've interviewed the coaches and we were in the last throngs of talking about Division 2, and the only game we had left to talk about was the big clash this afternoon down at Walker Reserve between Wanturna South and Surrey Park. Both sides have been probably the surprise packets really in Div 2 this year.
Yeah, they certainly have, and probably more so Surrey Park, because who'd have expected Surrey Park to be where they are on the ladder at this part of the season, coming up, through Division 4, Division 3, and but they come up against a very, very good side in the Devils down there at Wanturna South today, and I think this game here at East Ringwood is going to be top class, but I think that game also, Brash, is going to be excellent.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the better fixtures this afternoon in EFNL land, and look, I really found it very hard. I tried to weigh up the pros and cons, mainly because this side have only played each other once, and Wanturna South only went down at Surrey by a small margin. But I just think today, I think Wanturna South at home are going to get the job done this afternoon. But I reckon there's only going to be 2 goals in this.
Well, I picked Wanturna South as well. Look, I know Surrey, they're going great guns, as we said. No one would expect them to be this good at this stage, but they're still going up a division. At some stage during the season, no side, even if they've been in that division, you always have a lull somewhere in the middle of the season.
Yeah, I agree.
And I just think that Surrey Park, all credit goes to them. I hope for their sake, they prove me wrong.
Yep.
But they're picking Wanturna South because I like where they've come from also, Breast. They've been on the bottom of this division for the last couple of seasons, and they've got the new coach in last season.
Yep.
They've recruited well, and now they're sitting up there in the top 2 or 3.
Let's move to Division 1, Ray. Probably not much to talk about in this division this afternoon. Norwood are at home to Mooroolbark. Norwood coming off a bye and a week off because of the Easter break. Come up against the Mooroolbark side who are probably playing without confidence and a few injuries. Sides don't normally go all that well off the bye. I think Mooroolbark might have enough tools in the shed this afternoon to get a victory over Norwood.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think Mooroolbark will win, but I would hope that Norwood can be competitive at least, for half the game anyway.
Can Bayswater provide the upset this afternoon against Montrose? Montrose not in great form at all.
Not in great form, and a big day out of Bayswater today. It's a reunion of the 1995 and the 2005 Premiership sides. So there's going to be a huge contingent of ex-players out there for Bayswater today. Beautiful sunshine to watch some good football, and it's going to be a really, really close one. I'm picking Bayswater for that reason. At home. Sometimes you have the old players on the hill or
that helps.
Balcony, and they can get you over the line. And as you said, Montrose, they've been disappointed. Yeah, that's all we can say. They've been really disappointing this season, and I don't think they're going to get over the line today.
Well, I'm going to tip Montrose, Ray, but I'm going to tip them by the Bees diaphragm a point, because I can't see them winning by a margin, and if they do win Montrose, they're just going to fall in. So I've got them by a point. A couple of two interesting games. One out at Quamby Reserve this afternoon. North Ringwood, who have hit some form in recent times, they take on Beaconsfield, who have sort of they went down last week in a game that they probably should have won. Have your mind changed on Beaconsfield?
No, look, as I said about Surrey Park, there's some time during the season a side, even good sides, are going to have a little bit of a lull. And I just think Beaconsfield have had that lull now. Mick Fogarty knows, he wouldn't have been... He'd been upset about it, but he wouldn't have been too concerned about those losses. And I think they'll bounce back today. And I think that, they'll win.
I'm going to go... I've gone North Ringwood. I don't know... I just think that I think they might have turned the corner a little bit, and I think Quamby's not an easy ground to win at. So I'm going with the home side factor there. But match of the round this afternoon in Div 1. If we weren't here, we could possibly have been there. And it's Park Orchards up against South Belgrave. But Ray, at the moment, I know Park Orchards are going okay, but at the moment, South Belgrave, they're in irresistible form at the moment, and they clearly look the side to beat.
They look the side to beat, but I'm going to stick my neck out. I'm going to pick Park Orchards to knock off South Belgrave today. I just think these conditions will suit them. On the big wide open of the Domini Reserve out there, I think that Park Orchards, I think that they can starve the ball from South Belgrave for a quarter and a half or so. That'll get them right in this contest, and I'm picking Park Orchards to win by 2 goals.
I got South Belgrave to win by 24 points.
Okay, so we agree to disagree.
Agree on that one. Let's quickly go through Premier Division, and not because we want to go through it quickly, but we probably have to. Mitcham are at home to Berwick. For mine, this is a non-negotiable game here for Mitcham. They must win this game this afternoon, because if they don't, they'll end up being 2 games plus a percentage, which is going to equate to 3 games. And it worries me that they may not be able to find 4 winnable games in the second half of the season.
Well, I'll answer that question by saying bye-bye to Mitcham, because I think Berwick will win, and I think Berwick will win by 4 or 5 goals in the end.
That's exactly how I thought. Interesting game down at the Bull Ring this afternoon. Both Noble Park and South Croydon have found a little bit of form as of late. South Croydon, impressive win over Vermont last week. Noble Park, surprising Doncaster East. I'm going South Croydon. Wilson back into the side makes a difference. They seem to have players who can rack up possessions, whereas I don't think. I'm still a little bit worried about the forward 50 of Noble Park, so I'm going to go South Croydon. Right?
Both these teams are on 12 points, so this results an 8-point game going here, and I'm the same. I think South Croydon have improved what they were putting out early in the year, and I think they'll win this game.
Yeah, Blackburn are at home to Doncaster East. Look, on the form that Doncaster East is showing me so far this year, I can't possibly pick them at Moreton Park this afternoon against Blackburn.
No, I think Blackburn will win this, and I think in the end 5 goals.
And finally, Balwyn are coming off a massive upset to them. And I don't think I've ever heard of club rooms where you couldn't hear a pin drop after a game on last Saturday night. And they come up against Vermont, who are injury ravaged and a little bit out of form, and without their skipper in the side, Baldwin will want to get back on the hobby horse this afternoon. And look, perennially these games are really close between the two, but this afternoon I think Baldwin have got a point to prove, and I think they want to go out, and Vermont might be the scapegoat.
Rash, even with these conditions, there's going to be some high-scoring games in other division, but I think this one's going to be a real dire struggle. I think the winning side's going to kick 6 goals. And I think that's going to be Baldwin. I just think they can shut down Vermont, and I think that the Baldwin will win.
Well, Ray, it's 2:13, and we have finally completed our pre-match, and it's been a lot of fun with you over the last hour and a bit. And look, the big game's coming up, and when we come back from the break, we'll assemble the call team, and we'll bring you the big clash this afternoon between East Ringwood and Rowville. Coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back out to East Ringwood Reserve for the EFNL's Match of the Day, and it's an absolute classic, and it's the unbeaten thus far East Ringwood taking on the Rowville Hawks, and we cannot wait for this. This is what I selected as a grand final preview, and let's just hope that today is the day that both sides show their best work. My name is Ben Warren-Smith. Joining me today on the call team is Brett Beston, Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird, Jared Beanland, Chris Curtis. But of course, we need to introduce a special guest who I went over and found him in his usual corner up here at East Ringwood, and he's a life member. He's the doyen of local football broadcasting in Victoria. There's absolutely no doubt about that, and we're privileged to have him up here on the balcony today. It's a very good afternoon to Les Ferguson.
Hello, Benny. How are you?
I'm fantastic, mate. You must be really up and about this year. Your boys, the East Ringwood Football Club, after not going down in the grand final last year, they have really taken it up a notch this year.
Ben, I was talking to some of you during the week, and they said that East Ringwood at present, with their full side in, it would be like Vermont in the 70s, 80s and 90s. But we haven't won a premiership, Ben, and that's the bloody big thing.
Yeah, that's what everybody's after this year. What do you feel like is the difference in the side this year to last year? Because I tell you what, everyone's watching East Ringwood this year.
Well, I can't believe we got beat last year. You know, when we hit the front in that last quarter, I thought, oh, this is it, we'll go ahead. But what you call him, the coach of Baldwin last year?
Sanderson. Brenton
Sanderson,
yeah.
He just closed it down and took us out of the game, yeah. But no, they're going very, very well. I'm very pleased with the coaching of Benny. He's a great coach.
Yeah, and we had him on earlier on pre-match, and he had a lot to say, and he's really got the boys playing some fantastic football. Who's a couple of your favourite players that you like to watch this year in 2025, Les?
Well, I've only seen one game, mate. We haven't been able to get up, but look.
Of course, you're down the Mornington Peninsula these days in Blairgowrie, and we'll give a shout out to the Blairgowrie Cafe, one of the best spots to get a coffee and breakfast on the Mornington Peninsula. There's no doubt about that.
Well, that's a good ad, mate. Well, I think the two Waitmans are I love watching those boys play. They're great little footballers. take after their father. He was a good footballer for Ringwood, and I reckon they're very good. Of course, there's quite a few other ones. Tristan Tweedy's fitted into the side very, very well.
Yeah, playing well up back.
Yeah, playing well. But no, I'm quite happy with the way they're going.
Fantastic, mate. Well, we love that you came up here. It was great to see your lovely wife, Margie, who's always by your side as well, supporting the Roos. Let's hope you get the win today, and we'll catch up with you in finals time.
All right, Benny, thanks very much. And all the best to you boys.
Good on you,
You're
Les.
doing a great job.
Thank you very much to Les Ferguson. And as I said, he started local football broadcasting out at Radio Eastland a long time ago, and has called with the likes of mentored Clinton Gribus and so many others as well. But it was just great to have someone like Les Besto come on and just have a little chat, because he's 87 years young and he's just going sensationally at the moment.
He's certainly great for his age, and as you say, he's a doyen of this club, and he's done a lot for the media team too, so great to see him today. And looking very fit and sprightly. I reckon he can just about get out there.
Well, this man who's he managed to be able to catch a breath after doing a magnificent job hosting the pre-match show. He's written a great article on the website regarding Premier Division this week, so get on the website and check that one out. But it's a very good afternoon to Wayne Brusher.
Good afternoon, BWS. Good afternoon, Brett and Ray. Great to be here for this broadcast this afternoon. I was here last week and I got a bit of a taste of what East Ringwood are all about this season, and I liked what I saw. And I actually said on the podcast on the weekend recovery that this side, with Bello and Tovey in it, if they don't have the premierships, but they're as good a unit as what the 07, 08, 09 Vermont side were in terms of personnel. They got winners on every line, and I tell you, people out there this afternoon, if you want to watch a quality side, we've got two quality sides, but East Ringwood, if they get their mojo, they're a pretty special side, BWS.
Great stuff, Wayne Brasher, and a man who bleeds a few colours. He's got the red and white in there, but there's also brown and gold. And Ray Baird, who has watched a lot of Rowville football this year, and we've got him on the broadcast team today, which is fantastic to sit alongside you again, my friend. How do you see this game panning out today?
Yeah, look, it's going to, whatever the outcome, it's going to be a fantastic game of football, because these two are the most attacking two sides in Premier Division,
Agreed.
Compared to the other two that are up there. They play a more defensive style. It's going to be a fantastic game, and the weather, it couldn't be any better. Absolutely going to be a ripper of a game.
Who are some of the players that have been really the ones that have stood up for Rowville this year? And of course, Rowville went through a little patch only a month ago where they lost 3 in a row, but they came back with a statement, 138-point walloping last week of Mitcham. But who are some of these players that have really lifted their game this year?
Well, we talk about the Rowville midfield, even from last season. You've got Bollock and McDonald in there, and Stapleton, a very underestimated player, Stapleton. And let's not forget, Nick Shellmakers. I might be biased, but in my opinion, he is the best ruckman going around in Premier Division. Then you got impact players. Matty Davey came back into that side last week after missing 3 or so games, and his impact on the contest last week, he doesn't play the full game. He's on and off the ground, but players like him, you got the two Shruck boys. When they get the football, they can pinpoint a target 30, 40, 50 metres away. There's a core of great players. With no doubt, East Ringwood have these players as well.
East Ringwood Brash have a really strong ability to kick a score, and they've had some players really contribute this year. Josh Fox's kicks 30, Weatherall's kicked 23. You've got Remy McLean in there with 14, but they can spread it right around and they can kick a powerful score. Who's going to stop them today?
Well, obviously the big, great in for Rowville having Cooper McDonald coming in this afternoon, because you're going to have to have those 3 players. And try and negate one of their influence. Weatherall actually last week kicked 6 goals, but he was playing second ruck BWS, and it was just an amazing performance. But I pound for pound, Fox is the hardest full forward in this comp to play on. As I said to Ben, he can take a mark, he can take a kick, he's quick off the first 5 metres, and he can kick a goal from 50, 60 metres.
Yep.
And when you got players of that ilk, they're hard to stop.
Speaking of people with ilk, it wouldn't be the A-team up here today if I didn't introduce this man, Brett Beston. I've been looking forward to this game for all week to call this one with you. How do you see it panning out today, mate?
To be honest, I think with the outs at Rowville, they've got a couple of guys out. There's a laid out Toomey's come into the side. It's his first game today, so we wish him well. But they've lost Seth McDonald, and with the likes of we've got Taylor, Stainthorpe, all their leading goal kickers not playing today. Not that they played last week either. I just don't know where their goals are going to come from. So I think, for me, I think East Ringwood will win, and I'm picking them by 4 goals.
Great stuff. East Ringwood will be kicking towards the Maroondah Highway end right of your radio dial, right of your screen in this first term as the players start making their way towards their positions. And so I'm looking for our boundary riders down below, and today we have on the boundary Chris Curtis and Jared Beanland. To see Jared Beanland.
Jared's just setting up, and Chris is probably he's right down below us, actually.
Crossing down to you, Chris. What's the conditions like down there, mate?
It's very nice down here, boys. Sun's out, not a lot of cloud cover, so it means that the pitch has dried up nicely from some morning dew that we saw at the women's match of the round. But no, really great conditions here for footy, and we're ripe and ready to go.
For a visual, he's just standing, leaning against the fence. I reckon we're getting him a banana lounge before half time.
He's a pretty cool collected cucumber. There's no doubt about that. Who's your selection today, Chris?
I've tipped East Ringwood. I just think, both sides have outs, but they've just been too good for me to not tip them at this stage.
Well, the umpire holds the ball aloft, and here's Brett Beston to get us underway for the first term in the EFNL match of the day.
So a sun-drenched East Ringwood reserve. What a superb day as the first hit out goes the way of Rowville, and it's going to be wrapped up on the ground. The umpire will come in and ball it up. I should mention too that Seth McDonald is also out of the Rowville side today. 35 goals for the season, so they're missing some firepower. Another ruck contest taken by Edwards in the contest, and he's wrapped up, and we'll have another stoppage. Brolick, I think, actually. Up it goes again. He'll be a key figure today, Brolick. Ball comes out in the hands there of Rowville. They get it out, but it's a pressure pass, and it's going to be wrapped up. So that early sort of feeling out period that we often see in these games. Ashwood taking the ball, but he couldn't really do a lot with it. Up it goes. Used the head out going the way of Rowville. They made a good start in the ruck. Brolick's in there, but he can't free it. Another stoppage. It's 4 in about the first 60 seconds. Up it goes again. Better luck this time. Up they come as the ball is knocked down. And is it a free kick? No, just another stoppage, I think. No, it is a free kick, and it's going the way of Rowville. So a chance for them to go inside 50 for the first time.
And it will be in the arms of Brolick. Weighing up his options now and drives the ball deep inside forward 50, right towards the pocket. And a strong mark has been taken out in front by Matty Evans, who stuck up the big juke, stuck out the big bum and pulled in the mark.
Yeah, interesting matchup. Norton and Brolick running with each other. Might be an interesting duel throughout the afternoon, BWS.
That mark is invaluable to Matty Evans because he is a confident player. If he's got to get a touch early, which he has, and he's got to go back and kick the goal.
He'll kick from a 45-degree angle, and he'll kick from probably about the 40-metre mark. He makes his approach now for the first chance for the 6-pointer for Rowville. It's a fantastic kick off the boot. The confidence booster Ray Baird was talking about, and Rowville draw first blood on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've only crossed 2 minutes here in the first term, but the Hawks lead 1 straight 6. East Ringwood yet to score.
Brass, this is the sort of start that I predicted we were going to get. 3 or 4 stoppages in the middle, a free kick's paid, and whatever side gets that's going to get the advantage.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think that stoppage game suits Rowville because East Ringwood like to get the ball on the outer and freewheel a bit, right? Yep. So if the more they keep that making an inside game, it works well for them.
So coming over the top was Henry as the ball is knocked down, and we'll have another stop. It's a good start from Rowville. It was a good entry inside 50, and a terrific mark taken by Matt Evans, and the first goal of the game. See if Ringwood can respond. Here's the ball on the ground, trying to fight his way through the congestion as Tyson Shook. Of course, his brother also playing today. Got a couple of sets of brothers out there, which makes it interesting. Up it goes again, bit of pushing and shoving in the ruck. Coming over the top is Weatherall. Now they get it out, East Ringwood. The handball over the top, but they've turned it over, and it's going to be a stoppage, I would say, as the Rowville player goes to grounds. So pretty tough and willing. Getting up there was Mitchell Shook. He's the other one of the brothers. Up it goes, coming over the top, winning that one again. It's in the hands there of Mark Smith for a moment, but he loses the football. Then it's put on the boot. They go towards the 50. In fact, they're inside 50, but they've turned it over, and Rowville will bring it out from halfback.
Yeah, using the grandstand side now, and a good, strong tackle there. by Stapleton to bring the player to ground, and we'll have a ball up just in almost right in front of us here in the broadcast position, in front of the old grandstand, one of the best viewing spots you could wish to call football from. As Henry went up, he got the second toe poke, little kick off the ground for Rowville, moving the ball handily up the wing on the right boot now. Here's Martini, squeezed one out, but it was nicely chopped off there by Isaac Delaney across the half back line for the Roos, and he's got a short option on, but it was a shocking kick. The kick was intended there for Marek Smith, but mark has been taken there by Stapleton, who's going to wind around now on the left boot. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line. It's set up a little bit there. Who's going to be at the back of the pack, coming at ground level? With Toomey, the first game, it was there, but it was kicked away from him. Back up towards the wing position. It's almost a little bit like kick-to-kick at the moment as McDonald goes for the old switcheroo. He put his teammate in Shrook under a bit of pressure, but he had the support of Tyler Edwards, who took the ball upon himself, kicked it up towards the wing. They've made their way up towards the half-forward line. Out in front now is Verrill. He'll swing around now on the left boot, kick it deep in towards the pocket. Wrong option, terrible option. Isaac Delaney takes the mark, but it was out of bounds on the full anyway. No score. Rowville still lead 1 straight 6. East Ringwood yet to score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 4.5 gone.
Rash, that rebound from the half back line by Rowville then, that's what we're going to see all day. And East Ringwood are going to watch Matty Davey. He was the player out there that marked in front of the scoreboard, because once he gets it, he covers meterage.
So they got it out for a moment, East Ringwood, but Rowville have got it back inside 50, but there's a whistle and the umpire says the ball was out of bounds on that far side, so we're going to throw it in.
The only thing I will say is they just can't afford to make poor decisions when they, after all that hard work in their forward 50 when it gets there.
There it goes again, Henry into the ruck. They've got about, it's interesting that he's playing in the ruck, because both Weatherall and Hannon have been playing in the ruck in the last week or two, but he's come in today. Now it's East Ringwood going through the middle of the ground. That's a nice kick. Picks out the player there, and they'll go forward to about half forward. Holding, free kick going downfield, so...
There's just a little bit of holding on Fox as he was just took off on the lead there. It was Tiggy Touchwood, but absolutely there.
So Josh Fox, we talked about him before. He's kicked 30 goals for the season, so he's a pretty reliable goal kicker. And he's got pretty good conditions. You couldn't ask for a nicer day. There's very little wind down there, although our boundary riders can maybe confirm that for us. But
I reckon we're going to get burnt today.
I think we are.
Especially you and me.
I know. I was going to say, with our lack of hair, we could be in trouble.
Speaking, don't worry, I'm feeling it down this end too.
So he'll be kicking from just on the arc, Henry, and see what sort of contact he makes. He's hit it well, and it is just dying at the last minute. It was a good nudge, but it's gone out to the right and through for a minor score.
Boundary.
So one more to the total. It's 1 goal playing 1 behind. Let's go down to Chris, who's boundary side for us.
Just on that one, guys, it's Callum Verrill who's got the role and Josh Fox today. Seems like a major matchup in the 1v1 setting.
Shrook took the mark, went out to Eichhoff. They're still in their defensive zone here, the Hawks. I'll try and work a bit of a switch on here as a scrambling kick went out towards the Stapleton direction. He had to beat 2 players. He did a pretty good effort of that over the top of him, though was free kick going the way of the Roos there.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side quickly. You can keep going, Brash.
Yeah, sorry about that, Brash. Just to add to what Chris mentioned, we've also got Eichhoff in Rowville's defence tailing around Jamie Bennell, so that's going to be an interesting matchup to watch. Tristan Tweedy down the other end, he's got Matty Evans, Dylan Bealow has got Curtis Flakemore, and I'll keep an eye on any more matchups that that catch my eye this afternoon.
Let's just say McLean's head was in the right place at the right time for the umpire to give him a free kick.
Kicked 16 majors for the year, so he certainly knows how to kick a goal. He'll kick from just outside the paint. He used the wind magnificently and sneaks it home. East Ringwood get the answer they were after, and they take the lead by 1 solitary point. A great goal there by Remy, and that is his 17th for the year. 7.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard on the EFNL Game of the Round.
Brash, you agree with me then that the defender did nothing wrong except that the player with the ball ran into him and he was grabbed around the top?
Yeah, I don't think the original Rowville player didn't really do that much wrong. The tackle was correct. I think it was the other Rowville player.
So nice goal, and it's put East Ringwood in front. It's a sort of day where you could have a bit of a shootout as the ball is tapped forward there off a Rowville hand. Going in there is, I think it's Bollock on the ground. The umpire says we'll have a secondary stoppage. It's always in the hard stuff, Bollock. Such a tough player. And built like the proverbial as well, as Henry gets a tap that time. Knocks it down to a teammate who's wrapped up. Absolutely monster coming over the top there. It was, I think it was Evans was coming over the top. So umpire to throw it up again. Up they fly, won by Henry again as he just belts it forward this time into the hands there of McRae, who gets it forward to about half forward. It's about a 3-on-1, so I think Rowville are in the box seat to win it, but they don't. And it's come out there to Waitman, and Waitman's got a free kick, I think.
Dropping the ball.
Dropping the ball. He's been pinged for holding the ball, so it's going to go the way of Edwards, who will bring it out off halfback.
That was the wrong option there, McLean. He should have given it to Bennell instead.
Edwards went laterally. It was a pretty short kick, but the umpire said it was okay. They're moving through. Martini got the quick handball off. Inside forward 50 they go, the Hawks. In the front spot there was Balo, and he'd been paid the mark.
You might have called that play on, I reckon.
I reckon so too.
So short passes on. He didn't hold it for too long, but...
Got to trust the umpires on the balcony.
Short passes on. Sam Walsh to work for it a little bit.
To Lee Green, maybe the other two should be up here, they see better.
Kicks it in towards the middle. This time he was looking for Mundy. He had three players who was right on his hammer there. As the Hawks try to work their way forward. Kept fresh air shot there by Edwards. Players come in. It's going to be hard to get this one out. Looks like a little bit of a high tackle there by Edwards, but the umpire said it was okay. Picking himself up, Liam Kinsella, and we'll have a ball up just around centre half forward here for the Rowville Hawks, who currently trail by 1 point. We've gone almost 10 minutes here in this first term. A quick kick out of the stoppage there by East Ringwood. Ball bounces inside forward 50. Getting back there was Coughlin. Got the handball away. It was a risky one. Eichhoff danced around. He did a good job of that. Little handball backwards. Now out towards the wing position. 1-on-1 situation. Over the back there was Brolick. He couldn't quite trap the ball. Ball paddles over the boundary line and out of bounds. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position.
And Jaron Bradlin with one disposal.
Bounced into my hands way easier than it ever would have when I was playing.
Jared's racking up a few disposals on the boundary this year as the ball goes in. Falls short of the contest, really. And that's going to be Ray calling for in the back. He probably had a case too, I think. Yeah. That's ducking away there is Clark. Inboard, nicely done. Picks out Shook. Shook goes right across the other side of the ground. It's a good kick too. Finds Martini over there. Martini's going to go inside 50. Can they get a mark? Might have been a case for a free kick there. But the umpire says no, play on, still on the ground, and we'll have a stoppage, I think, inside 50. I thought the Rowville player got monstered there as he gets to his feet, but the umpire was unmoved. So thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1, and of course Facebook and YouTube as the umpire throws it up. Henry wrestling with his opposite number there, and Evans. Evans got the tap down, and it's going to be a stoppage there as it's taken on the ground by, I think that's Lockie McDonald under there. And the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So up it goes. Just a 1 point in it at this stage in the first quarter. Henry beat Evans to the footy that time and knocked out there, but it's another stoppage over there on the far side. So not too much happening in this period of play, but it's a tight early contest.
Very similar to the start of the last week's game between East Ringwood and Ballwood. Very tight first quarter, and it's none the exception today as well.
Quick kick forward from the stoppage. It's right in the hot zone here, but who's going to be able to release the ball in there? Was Balo, was it? In fact, it was O'Connor and Balo. And we'll have a ball up just outside the paint, which we're calling 45. There's no chance that's 50. It's the umpire to restart this play now. Henry goes up this time against Lockman. What a knock that was. It goes up towards centre half forward now. From centre half back to centre half forward. Dancing around Martingale. Did really well for the Hawks. Then thumped it back inside forward 50 or thereabouts. The strong mark, sorry. It's just inside the centre square, I should say. Squaring it up nicely though. Keedle takes the mark and introduces himself into the contest. Wearing the long sleeves today on a sun-drenched Melbourne. Interesting choice as they work their way around the outside. Here's a good go for Josh Waitman, who looked like he was going to take off, but he just slowed things down a little bit, Joshy, and then poked it forward. It was a good kick. It was intended out that time for Mundy. It went over the top of his head. Going in after it, McRae to lay a strong tackle, and we'll have a ball up just across the half-forward line for East Ringwood, who currently lead this game by 1 point. 13 gone. Best day.
So umpire to throw it up again and see what happens there. Henry's had a good start on the ruck. He's had the best of the ruck contest so far. He gets another hit out on that occasion as they go forward, but Rowville have got control of the footy. Nice little ball over there to Eichhoff. Wyckoff looking to see if he can find a teammate. It's a dangerous kick across the face, but he gets away with it. Mark taken there by Clark, and they'll come out towards this broadcast side. And coming over the top, Keedle it was, he got the punch. Still there for Rowville to get it, though, if they're quick enough, and they are. Now a little ball off there, and they'll pop it down the
nice.
And a nice mark. It looked like it was going out of bounds, but it's been taken there. So Shook it is. He puts it onto the Evans. It is, sorry.
Evans, yep.
Evans puts it on the boot, gets it down to about half forward. Ball on the ground. Wrestling out of the contest there was Tweedle, and there's going to be a whistle here. What's he playing here? The umpire. Free kick to East Ringwood.
Quick over the top. Here's Picker on the right boot, squared it up, and needs to hit a target. Fox comes out, takes it on the chest. It was touched off the boot, but he just somehow got boot to ball. A nice strong tackle. You can hear Ray Baird barracking in the background. Walsh on the left boot goes inside forward 50 now. Big fly. Wetherill takes the mark, gets a handball off. Mundy on the left. Mundy pushes it to the left-hand side, and it goes out of bounds on the full. He had a few options short as well.
That's a $5 fine, isn't it?
There's a difference between Barrick and then calling the obvious.
Boundary.
You saying you were an umpire again?
Enter angry face emoji.
So Ray Baird's on his first warning. If he gets 3, he's out of the team as the ball goes out. They kick in there, but hard to stay unbiased, of course. Sometimes the old heart gets it in the way as it's in the inside 50. Getting a docking under a high one there was McLean. He's about lost his head.
Boundary.
But the umpire says we'll have a ball up. Let's take it down to Chris on the boundary.
Henry's just off for a quick breather, boys, so I expect Riley Wetherill to be doing the rucking in the meantime.
Okay, we saw Hannon Mundy do a bit on the ruck last week as well, so he could also be another option if they decide to go to him. But Rowville have got it off half back. Nice play. Get it down the line, but a good mark coming across to that's Delaney. Did well, just got his hand in the nick of time and knocks it out of bounds.
If it gives you any comfort, Ray, I agree it was holding the ball.
Ben, that's not coming from you. Your attitude's changed since you crossed the Tasman.
So that'd be the best straight rather than the Tasman as the ball goes in. Almost as geographically challenged as I am, Ray, as the ball goes
Wrong
out.
island.
So Kinsella was chasing, but he couldn't keep it in. He's crossing the Tasman, we're all in trouble. He's going the other way. He's going to New Zealand. So umpire to throw it in. Up it gets lots of height on the throw-in as the ball that's in Wetherill. He's now gone into the ruck with Henry getting a breather, and the umpire says we'll have a stoppage as it's wrapped up on the ground.
So we've gone 15 and a half minutes here in the first term, and there was some quick scoring, but it sort of plateaued in the last 10 minutes or so. It's a 1-point lead to the home side. Top of the ladder, East Ringwood, as Tommy Norton took one high, and then he got brought to ground, and the umpire said holding the ball. So he's taking a little while to pick himself up there as Tyler Edwards goes out wide now for the Hawks, and a chance for Rowville to go inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Flying up there was Flakemore. Couldn't take it on the second bite, had support coming through. There's a 32 out there for Rowville. Just need to work out who that is.
I think it's 62. Will vary.
Was it 62, was it?
Yep.
My eyes are going as well as my left ear. You can tell I'm getting old. Turned 43 during the week.
Oh my
Everything's
God.
falling apart. It's a bit scary. As the kick goes in towards the middle of the ground now for East Ringwood, Mundy takes the mark. It's been lively early, Mundy. The man bun. Up towards the half-forward line now. He sort of poked at it, but has still travelled about 50 metres. This is going to be, went through the legs there of Schrook. Oh, beautifully played there, and a shot on goal by Webster. How can he bring it back? He can't. He started it out left and wanting to work it back with the breeze. We've seen both shots on goal do that, but he just couldn't work it back enough. And minor score is the result. They've doubled their lead, though. 1-2-8 to Rowville, 1 straight 6.
So, as we're saying, good game, really enjoyable game. This one, plenty of movement. There's not a lot of scoring at the moment, but I'm sure it'll happen as the two sides work their way into the game. So Rowville will bring the ball back in. It's going to be, I think it's Mitch Hook who takes the kick-ins for Rowville.
Callum Verrill.
I do all this research during the week, and you get to Saturday and they change everything. So there's the kick from Verrill. He goes down to about half-back line, but it's been cut off over there. And East Ringwood are going to go back inside 50. There's the kick, and they find a target. There's plenty of big men almost taken there. That would have been a terrific grab. It was McLean who went up, but he had a piece of it, but he just couldn't hang on. And the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So all these stoppages, the umpire's arm's going to fall off. So here we go again. Up it goes. Here's Hannon. Mundy has gone into the ruck now, so they are chopped and changed a bit on the ruck as they have done this season. Socket off the ground. By Rowville through hands.
Nice.
There's a chance to go forward. Great handball from Flakemore. Now they're away here.
Martini.
Here's an opportunity with Martini going inside 50. Can he hit a target? He sure can. And the mark is taken by Lockman. That's great play.
Beautiful play there, Ray.
Lachlan gives it off. He wasn't confident, and he's found the big fella in Brolick. Lucky was expecting that because he probably thought he was going to go back and have the shot, but
Boundary.
decided that the angle was better. And let's go down to the boundary with Jared.
Just shows you, it just shows you how just to beat the zone. They had a spare man back there. It was James O'Connor, East Ringwood, and the bouncing ball just completely clean bowled him, and Rowville found themselves out the back.
So Brolick it is from he's just a little bit off centre here. See if we can get good contact with this one. It's on its way, and the crowd like it, and it's gone through, so good kick. And Brolick puts it through. That's the second for Rowville today, and they grab the lead. We've had only 19 minutes. This quarter's gone so quick. 2 straight. Plays 1-2 out on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and a pretty interesting contest out here at East Ringwood Reserve.
Yeah, East Ringwood have controlled the football for the last 5 or 6 minutes, and how often do you see that and the opposition get it down and score?
Too many times to mention, Ray. And the good thing about it is Lockman obviously making sure that he keeps in the captain's sweet books by giving him that pass that he could have kicked for goal himself.
Well, it was the right.
Probably gave it away.
It was the right decision to make.
Certainly cleaned the angle up.
But he is a left footer kicking from this side, so it was good giving it away.
And let's not forget that Brolick asked for it, and usually what Brolick asks for, Brolick gets.
That's what I'm saying. He's the captain.
Good to have you back online, Brash. A few IT issues, I reckon, down there, weren't there?
It's always IT issues with me, mate.
What do they say when you ring a hotline? Just turn it off, turn it back on again.
Yeah, something like
that. Have you tried turning it off and on?
After 45 minutes, waiting. Ball back in the middle now. 4-point lead to Rowville as they'll go for the clearance as well. Nicely done there by Clark. Little handball out. Showenmakers on hand and knees. Tried to get the ball out. Sorry, it was Brolick, the man who just kicked the goal. Bounced up pretty quickly as well. Happy to help his own teammate up, but didn't want a bar of Josh Waitman. Sort yourself out, young fella. Henry over the back of Showenmakers. Tapped it a little bit to his advantage. There's a lot of players around this football. Wood lays a strong tackle, and we will have another ball up.
Well, Rowville played the perfect game so far, Ray. They really haven't given East Ringwood much on that outside run that they crave.
Yeah.
Showenmakers got the tap out that time, and a free kick's been given to East Ringwood, and so it was against Eichhoff. And they tried to go on with it, the Roos, but the ball has to come back to the recipient of whom the foul play was against. So East Ringwood a chance just to set themselves up, and a chance for Rowville really to get back and get their numbers behind the football here as the Roos go inside forward 50. There's a big pack forming, big fly over the back that time, and the ball hits the deck. Couldn't quite pull the mark down. There was the man who's kicked the only goal for the Roos, Remy McLean, who not afraid of having a bit of a fly here and there, is he, Remy? As the umpire throws it up, Fox got the knockdown. Rowville at the stoppage, little quick kick out there, and Henry, who just stayed out of that play there. He could have run the extra 20 metres and gone up in that contest. Played the smart play by hanging just a kick behind the football, and he takes the mark and he's going to back himself in here from 45.
Yeah, just
with a 100-metre run up.
Yeah, just that couple of metres inside that left goal post, I reckon, where you got to go, young man.
Henry comes in now, and he started it right, and it'll just keep going further right. Does it stay alive? It does, and the mark has been taken by Liam Coughlin. And just inside the paint. One of the things we love about local football is there was no 2-minute break going for a score review on that one. It was just paid the mark, because that's exactly what it was, as the kick goes out of that danger zone. But it was a beautiful mark by Callum Norris, who wastes no time inside forward 50. Brolick got a timely hand on it. Little handball out the back. That was okay. Coughlin got it across to Eichhoff, and now they're taking off here. Might be able to have a bounce here as Schrook. They're still inside that defensive zone, but the Hawks are going to use the outer side and take it away.
So Rowville will bring it out of defence. They go back across the other side of the ground, trying to find an opening. And taken there by Coughlin, who had it just a couple of minutes ago. He comes out towards the broadcast side. It's not his best effort, and it's gone out of bounds.
Indecisive there.
So just near the interchange gates. So it'll be a throw-in. No excuses for poor kicking today. Couldn't be better conditions out here at East Ringwood Reserve. We've had 22 minutes gone in this first quarter. And we've only had the 3 goals, so it might not be a long quarter as Harley Bonnell chases. He hasn't had much of the footy early, and he gets thumped over the ground, over the boundary. Lucky he can go into the fence.
He knew where it was, though. See him put his hands up. he thought he was going into it.
It could have ended very badly. So the umpire to throw it in again. So Hannah Mundy just working there. And the ball goes right over his head, and it's Wetherell who gets the hit out. Now it's going back inside 50 again, but look at all the Rowville defenders, and a really good mark taken there by Wood. Wood does really well. He'll bring it out off half-back, and he kicks it out towards Davey. But in fact, he's beaten to the footy by a teammate over there.
Toomey.
And Toomey. And the ball goes out of bounds. Toomey, of course, the first gamer today, playing a number 54. As the ball goes out of bounds on that far side. So another throw-in coming up here for Rowville. And it goes, there it is. Umpire's been getting a nice height on the throws today. Up it goes, it's working his way to the front. There was Henry juggling the footy. There was Waitman. Goes out towards the boundary, and I think it's probably, no, it's worked away nicely. Here's a little ball down the boundary. They knock it forward. Now they finally get hands on it over there. Good strong tackle. Is it going to be holding the ball? No, the umpire says play on. Over it goes. Brolick's got it, and he's been thrown over the boundary there, which takes a bit of effort, to be honest. And Brolick is out, and we'll have a throw-in over there, centre wing. And we've had 24 minutes gone in this first term.
Rowville's intensity on the ball carrier has been very good in the opening quarter.
Shellmaker's had the front spot. We'll go after it again, but barging his way through there was Connor Waitman. It was chopped off though, and a Rowville the quick scrambly kick up towards centre half forward. Once again, it's clean bowled them. A foot race does ensue, and the quick kick out of bounds or thereabouts by East Ringwood. Just a clearing ball in the AFL. That's deliberate as it
Well, that
gets.
was called deliberate a few weeks ago at this very ground as well.
They just don't do it, which is disappointing because it is a real big factor of the game these days as we edge closer and closer to last touch. Means that the opposition gets the next possession as the player throws it in, tried to barge his way through. There was Martini, he's had a bit of a football, and a free kick going the way of the Roos for holding the ball. It's again a little bit stiff, and 25 metres to boot, with Martini just taking his time handing the ball back. All of a sudden, from the back pocket, the ball will be back out across centre half back. So, Isaac Delaney squeeze it a kick out wide. Looked like they might have used the corridor there, but Delaney on the left boot. It was a shocking kick though, taken by Flakemore. His handball wasn't too crash shot either. Suleiman swings around on the right boot in towards the forward pocket. The kick was a spearing one. It was really difficult to mark. Delaney hits the deck. He doesn't want to release it. He wants the safety of a ball up, and he wins it. 25 minutes gone in this first term, a 4-point lead to Rowville.
I was waiting for your AFL comment then, because it would have been a free kick in the marking contest.
Throws it up. Free kick in the contest goes to East Ringwood. Siren sounds to announce quarter timeout here, and when we really got excited about what we thought might be a shootout, it's been a bit of a tough ask for both sides to win that clear possession, but expected to break open at some point. There's just too much class on the park. It's a 4-point lead to Rowville at quarter time out at East Ringwood Reserve on the Eastern Football Netball League match of the round, brought to you by Eastland. Goals to Brolick and Evans for the Hawks, whilst Remy McLean is the only single goal kicker for East Ringwood. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio East and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 quarter down, 3 to go. We'll be back with all those around the ground scores that are so important as you go local for your footy right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to East Ringwood Reserve for the big Premier Division match of the round, brought to you by Eastland. And it's the unstoppable thus far this season, East Ringwood taking on Rowville, who coming off a huge win last week. First versus third, and Rowville have the ascendancy at quarter time. They lead by 4 points, 2 straight 12 to 1-2-8. A low-scoring affair, gentlemen, but a very tight contest as well.
Yeah, look, at some stage, though, this game's going to break open. Probably won't be until the third quarter because, both these sides are hard at it. A lot of stoppages, Bresh. That suits Rowville because, as you alluded to during the broadcast, East Ringwood like to get the ball out.
Yeah, they do, and I think the one thing that East Ringwood won't like is the fact that the ball's coming out of their forward 50 too easy. That'll be one thing that Ben Osborne will probably be wanting them to work hard on in this quarter. But I like the way that Rowville have moved the ball. They've turned it into their type of game at the moment, in and under, and an inside game. And then when they've had the opportunity, they've spread the ball through their switching far and wide, and have caught East Ringwood napping. The back six of East Ringwood have stood up well, considering the pressure that Rowville have put on them. But I just sort of feel like at the moment, first quarter honours goes to Rowville, and look, like I said, it's too early to call. But I would expect that East Ringwood will try and definitely want to open up the game a little bit more in this second quarter.
Bresh, do you think they're missing Josh Tovey a bit in that because he's an absolute beast through that?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Look, you take Bielo and Tovey out, you're taking 70 possessions out of your midfield, and you can't replace those, Brett. And look, sometimes you need, and the thing was Tovey can play
boundary
in and out.
Let's cross down boundary side.
Guys, on boundary side with head coach of the Rowville Football Club, Ben Wise. Ben, it was a bit cagey to start with, but then it opened up a bit. How did you see that first quarter from your end?
Yeah, it was a little bit, as we expected, they're strong at the start. They've got a really good midfield, dominant, so just wanted to make sure that I want to get our ball moving off the back of transition.
Yeah, excellent. And obviously your defensive work has been brilliant so far. You left one-on-one matchups for Wetherill and Fox, and you're building from there. How important is it to get the defensive aspect right before you start to look forward?
Yeah, it's pretty important. We play a team defence, obviously, and they've got some weapons up there, so we just got to make sure that we've got to bring it to ground as much as possible, and then we can get to work.
Thank you, Coach. Best of luck.
Thank you very much to Chris
Boundary.
Curtis down there with Ben Osborne. Let's see what happened over with Ben Wise and the Rowville Hawks, Jared.
Other way around, BWS.
Same, bit different.
Ben. Also Ben. Osborne was very happy with the amount of pressure, but they just want to maintain that, just make sure that they can score from a turnover. They were a little bit reactive early, especially up forward. They want to play a little bit more further ahead of the ball or ahead of the their own man, and they also want to hold their position. They want to trust the structure. There are a couple of lucky bounces they mentioned for Rowville that they found themselves out the back. They just want to be able to hold their lines.
So back on the waves, the head out goes the way of Henry, but there's a whistle, and the umpire says we're going to come back for, I think, a free kick. So thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1, and of course Facebook and YouTube. The free kick goes the way of Rowville and they go out wide. Bit of a dusty kick, nice hands by Shonemakers, and he gets a teammate running down the flank. Funny old kick back inside, they're leaving Flakemore with a bit to do, and he ran past it. Now it's Waitman, and they'll go down the line here. East Ringwood trying to find a target, goes over the top, and it's a free kick. Going to go the way of Weatherall. He was impeded as he tried to go after the ball. Weatherall goes inside 50. Now can they get a mark? Ball bouncing around, it's awkward. Picked up there by, I think it was Bennell. He gets a handball out there. And the ball towards the boundary. They'll be happy to see this one over Rowville because they're under a fair bit of pressure. Bit fumbly, which is interesting in such great conditions, but a lot of pressure out there. And the ball out of bounds for a throw-in in the right forward pocket.
Around the ground, Premier Division scores. Noble Park leads South Croydon by 1 point at quarter time. It's a very handy lead by Baldwin, 4 and a bit goals over Vermont. Mitcham bouncing back against Berwick. They lead by 8 points. And of course, 2 point lead to Blackburn over Doncaster East in a tight affair. In those other games, as you go local for your footy in Premier Division, we'll bring you the other divisions very shortly as the ball's deep inside the forward 50 for East Ringwood, trying to break their way through. There's a lot of players around this at the moment. Barging his way through was Clark. He was quickly wrapped up in a tackle, and we will have a ball up 30 metres out from the East Ringwood goal line as we've got a bit of a stoppage here. Not quite sure what that was about.
I think Connor Waitman is the man down there for East Ringwood.
Perfect time to go through some scores. Division 1, it's North Ringwood who are up by 1 goal over Beaconsfield at quarter time. Montrose by 10 points over Bayswater. Murrelbach have just gone bang, 44-0 over the Norwood Football Club. 40 points to 9 points. South Belgrave lead Park Orchards as well. So some interesting little blowouts there in that first division. As we turn our attention over to Division 2, Templestowe trailing by 5 points. Heathmont doing it quite nicely out there at the Apple Peel. Lilydale 19 points to Croydon 4 points, so a 15-point lead, a 7-point lead to Ringwood over Mulgrave, and a 13-point lead by Wanturna South over Surrey Park. And a very low-scoring affair. Waverley Blues lead by 1 point, and East Burwood haven't scored yet. So 1 point to nothing there. So keep the scores coming through as you go local for your football this afternoon in Division 3 over the Basin. Donvale by 9 points over Oakley District. Fair Park Trail by 18 points. Scoresby getting away with that one. A 1 point lead to Upper Ferntree Gully in the local derby over the Ferntree Gully side at Wally Chew. And a 17-point lead by Knox, who seem like they're bouncing back at the clay pot over Knox. And we've still got a stoppage here, so this has just worked out magnificently as we go through to Division 4 scores today. And Churnside Park have just bounced out and kicked an 8-goal opening term. And they lead 52-9 over Forest Hill. A 10-point lead to Kilsyth over Warrandyte. Waiting on scores from Croydon North, Emlock and Whitehorse. Pull your finger out. We need those scores coming through. Free kick to Rowville in the back pocket.
You'll be waiting all afternoon for scores coming from there.
So they switch out towards the back pocket. Nice mark taken over there by Verrill, Callum Verrill. He finds a little short kick, and it's nicely done too, picking out Schrook. Tyson goes across. That's a terrible kick, and Bennell's going to run into an open goal, and that is a gift. It happens from time to time, but he thought he was there was something on, and he's kicked it across. And brilliant play by Benelli, intercepted it, and he's put it through for a very nice goal and a much-needed goal, you feel, for East Burwood, East Ringwood at least.
Goal of the day contender, I think, just on the effort itself.
If you're going to, switch to the corridor, you've got to hit your target. Even put it out in front of him so we can come forward. The recipient couldn't come forward, otherwise it would have went over his head. So that gave Bennell plenty of time to get to the contest.
And he is ever the opportunist, though, Bennell.
Yeah.
North Melbourne Brasher beating Carlton by 6 goals in the third quarter.
Gee, that won't last long.
Well, Carlton are just a rabble. There's no doubt about that. Anyway, back to this game. So much more entertaining as the kick goes forward now by Waitman up towards the half-forward line. Webster, little pirouette, bounced around. He could almost have a shot for goal here. Webster kicks it towards the Fox direction. He couldn't quite pull the mark down, the big man. Thought I heard a whistle in the background, but he got up, got the handball away. He did really well to muscle his way through there, but the umpire's going to come in and ball this one out. You nearly thought he was going to pluck that one out there, Big Fox.
They did very well to get him out of the contest, actually.
So the umpire to throw things up get things restarted. Norton, little handball around to Picker around the body and puts it through for one behind. 5.5 gone here in the second term, and
Boundary.
East Ringwood increased their lead to 3 points, 2-3-15 to 2 straight 12 as we cross down boundary side.
So it indeed was Connor Waitman who came off just a couple of minutes ago. He's in the hands of the trainers right now. Looks like he's getting some work to the knee. I'll have a go check in on what's going on there in a second. But if he's out, that's a big loss for East Ringwood.
So we'll keep an eye on that one as East Ringwood bring the footy away. They're in that back pocket as they square it up into the middle. Oh, have they kicked the goal? No, they haven't. It looked for a moment as if they've got a miracle goal, but it's gone through for a minor score. So one more to the East Ringwood total. 2-4-16, playing 2 straights, and we've had only 6 minutes gone in the second term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 and of course Facebook and YouTube for this 1v3 clash. It's in the hands of Jesse Eichhoff, I think that is, as he gets a little short kick away, nicely done. Picks out a teammate in Shook. Shook goes, it's not a great kick, but it's going to work out okay as they keep possession at Rowville. Now they come down the line here. Davies in the vicinity, but he can't get there. Instead it falls for Toomey, the first game up. Bursting away there, that's good play by Verrill. I think it's not. Has he been pinged? No, the umpire says he legged him, so it's going to be a free kick to Rowville.
Boundary.
Home fans, no, in fact it is holding the ball, so it is good.
It was holding before it was oh no.
Confusion. No, it is leaguing. So
he slipped out of the ankle.
We got there
it's
in
a tough
the
one.
end. Yeah, so Verrill it is, he's going to have the free kick. He's outside the arc, so you've got to stop saying 50 because of course it's not 50 out here, it's more like 45, but it's just habit. So just getting your socks sorted because that makes all the difference. So Will Verrill.
If he kicks this, it'll be a good goal because this is a tight angle here.
He certainly will be a contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day, but he is a left footer, so he's on the right side, and it's not going to come back, I don't think. No, it's gone through for a minor score, so one more to the total as it continues to be a tight contest out here. It's 2-4-16, playing 2-1-13 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 7.5 in the second term.
This is exactly what you want between the top 2-3 sides. You want a tight contest.
Cross down boundary side.
I feel like that was a decent free kick to give away. Rowville had an open forward line right there, and that just forced the kick on the angle to be a hard set shot, and it resulted in a behind.
Ball came out, ball went back in. We're about 40 metres out from the Rowville goals. High throws it up now. Henry knocked it straight down the throat of Walsh, who was going nowhere. Strong tackle by Suleimani. Another restart. 8 minutes gone, second turn, 3 points the margin. The home side have it at the moment. Over the back, Show-and-Maker's got the knockdown, but also once again going nowhere. Strong tackle, Lockie McDonald on Dylan Balo. So once again, the umpire throws it. Show-and-Maker's worked his way into the front spot. That was good. Delaney head over the football. Came out, little handball as well, was chopped off, and it's hard to break away at the moment. High to throw the ball back up. Show-and-Makers over the back there, tackled by Clark. Almost feel like the umpire was just waiting to just pay something here.
Yeah,
just
you're right. I agree with that. That should have been play on.
Yeah, he's got the ball now. Short options on, but it was an absolute shank of a kick, and Josh Clark took the mark, kicked it up towards centre half forward, and once again he shanked it. So a little bit of kick-to-kick action here as they go out wide now. Walsh takes the mark right in front of us here in the broadcast position for East Ringwood. Just wanted to sit it up nicely, and he did so. Nice mark by Delaney, who took off to the races, drove it towards the Fox direction, over the back. Good mark has been taken. They're only about 25 metres out from goal, and Wetherill will go back from about 25 metres out. 45-degree angle will be right behind him there. And Riley Wetherill yet to trouble the goals, the scoreboard, but you'd expect someone of his ilk to put this one straight through. I just feel like ilk's the word of the day, isn't it? Wetherill comes in now, and he kicked it left, and you can see the ball swirling a fair bit, and the goal umpire...
He swirled with it.
Then the umpire's fallen over in the ilk.
Yeah, he loved a bit of theatre on that shot from the other side, and then he's just created his own theatre by having an old slip. But minor score there, 4 points the margin. East Ringwood have the lead.
So Rowville to bring it back in, running out towards the broadcast side of the ground. Here's the kick out towards the wing. Let's see where it finishes up. Well, excellent contest over there. It was McDonald who had it for a moment, then lost it. Now he's given the football away. Delaney's on the ground and he's wrapped up in a strong tackle. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Boundary.
Just in front of us. Let's get into Jared on the boundary.
Connor Waitman, he's gone through his run-throughs. It looks like they're being very careful with it, but it looks optimistic. He's preparing to get back onto the ground.
That's good news. So there's going to be a free kick here, much to the delight of the East Ringwood faithful. And a bit of how's your father on the ground here. In fact, it's going to Rowville Shonemakers as he gets the pass off. Now they go towards the arc. It's gone right over the back and it's been knocked out of bounds. But that's a good result for Rowville because they'll get it thrown in the forward pocket and a chance to set up and get something working. So 4-point lead at the moment in favour of East Ringwood. We've had 10 minutes gone on this second term.
It's not like both sides have had opportunities to kick goals either. The back lines of both sides are on top early here.
So the tap down into the hands of Stapleton gets a handball off to, well, he's trying to find Verrill, but Verrill's close to the boundary. And in the end he gets thrown out. There's a bit of feeling over there. And it's going to be a throw-in after all that. In fact, we'll just watch for a minute because we don't want any yellow cards here, but there is a bit of pushing and shoving.
He's reaching into the back pocket.
Yeah, and it is a yellow card. So who did that go to, Jared? Can you just tell us? We just took the camera away there.
Clark.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yellow card to Clark, so that's not ideal, and it's in the hands of East Ringwood. They've got the free kick from it.
It's always the retaliate.
I was going to think of that myself, but I dare not say it with these two on my left here.
Oh, don't be like these. Look at what a sookie lala.
He wanted you to be the retaliator, actually.
It's always the retaliator that gets caught. Oh, that's dangerous.
Scrambly kick. It's going to be chopped off and kicked by Flakemore. Is it around the body? Puts it through. And that is how you make them pay. Flakemore just was in the right spot at the right time, and the shank of a kick went straight down his throat. Had all the time in the world just to pick it up, snap it around the body, and put through Rowville's third, and they regain the lead out here by 2 points, Ray.
And that was copycat of what happened to Rowville down the other end, wasn't it, Brad?
Exactly.
Cross to the middle and don't hit your target.
You just pay the penalty.
So it's a 2-point margin. Ball back in the middle. We've only got about 2 more minutes, Besto, and you'll be in the shade because I already am. So enjoy it.
I put
You're
my
not far
jacket,
away, mate.
I put my next layer on about half an hour ago.
It's not so much the cold I'm worried about. I just want to be able to see. Eyesight's bad enough at the best of times. So back in the middle as Rowville grabbed the lead back. Excellent game this, as I say, not high scoring, but really enjoyable contest out here. Henry goes high, knocks it down. Brollock, should be called Bullock, I tell you. He's a big boy and he charges through. The ball's on the ground, trying to get a hand. He's wrapped up, and we'll have it's Brollock again, and we'll have another ball up in the middle of the ground. So we've had 13 minutes gone on the second term. 1 plays 3 out here at East Ringwood. Nice work by Henry as he gets a tap out again. Ball on the ground for the contest, but it's been taken and wrapped up again. So getting up there was Waitman. We've got that's Josh Waitman, of course. Connor also playing today, who we saw go off before with injury, but appears to be okay. Henry, the tap down, falls into the hands of McRae, who just bangs it forward, and the hope that someone will get on the end of it, but they can't. And the ball goes out of bounds in the forward pocket. So a forward pocket stoppage here, which is handy. Just waiting for the ball to come back. So 19 playing 17 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 14 minutes gone. As the thrower now is Henry again. He works his way to the front spot, knocks it down. In the hands here for a moment, McDonald. He couldn't take it and then tries a ball. But surely, he paid it.
Yeah.
Yeah, surely there was no prior there. That's
he took him on, Brett, and he got caught.
Because you're so biased, right?
If we could also get that ute move, that is the shiniest reflection I've ever seen from a vehicle.
Kick goes out towards the wing, snap around the body, might stay just inside. Bouncing football came out towards O'Connor, who sees it over. He almost went and sat in the dugout with his mates down there, and we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of the old grandstand here. It's a 2-point lead to the Rowville Hawks, who are the underdog today. East Ringwood, of course, undefeated so far in season 2025. So the umpire throws it in. A nice knock there down by Weatherall. It came alive though for Waitman, who slammed it on his boot in towards the middle of the ground. It's just got to sit up okay. It was good for Walsh. Now they're working through the middle of the ground up towards centre half forward. Strong mark taken by Will McRae, who was just waiting for it in the end, and he's going to go back and back himself here and He'll kick from just outside the 45-metre arc.
Well, Will McRae was playing in the reserve grade last week, earned a recall, obviously to help out in that midfield with Tovey out. He's got to, he has to make sure that he can have maximum impact here.
I asked the question, bro. Will McRae or won't McRae?
Okay. But will he or won't?
I'm talking about kicking it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you guys are a bit special. Here comes Will McRae. He comes in now from 45 metres. It's a good looking kick. It sailed through. Fantastic goal. 6-pointer there for Will McRae, and that's enough to maybe keep you in the side for next week. You never know. They've regained the lead, though. The East Ringwood Roos 3-5-23 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. A 4-point lead over Rowville. We've gone almost 16 minutes gone now in the second term.
I don't know if you heard in the background there, the Dukes of Hazzard have arrived as well. Someone's got the air horn going.
The General Lee is here.
Oh, good stuff. And, of course, that was the answer that they probably needed after that fumble that they had Brash down back just recently. So they regained the ascendancy.
Yeah, they do. And, look, once again, they moved the ball really well when they got the ball on their terms.
So up it goes in the middle. I can officially report to you that the sun has gone down low enough so that we can now see. Diving it up there was Brolick on the ground. Ball comes out, though. They did well, Rowville, as they go forward to about half forward. The bounce is awkward. Ground must be quite firm down there. We didn't get down there beforehand because there's some quite crazy bounces. Now ball out towards us on the broadcast side. Nice work there by Walsh as he sets sail. Beats a man, goes towards the 50. Good mark. Taken there by Weatherall. Looks around to someone to kick to. He's decided to go into the pocket and he finds a man okay, but it's going to be a tough kick. And I think that might be Delaney over there.
I think it might be our man Remy.
It is too. Yeah, you're right, Rose. Waiting for him to turn around, but it's Remy McLean. So, difficult kick, but you've got to kick these if you want to win the big ones.
No doubt getting some solid advice from the Rowville faithful down there.
Ben Wise is saying, good luck, mate. So Remy McLean, it's going to be a tight angle that he's going to kick from. He strikes it pretty nicely, though, and it's just gone across. So it was a fair effort considering where he was. And it's through for a minor score. So one more to the East Ringwood total. And they extend their lead by another point. So 3-6-24 plays 3-1-19. Bendigo back scoreboard after 17.
Well, they wasted no time. Matty Davey in the defensive zone takes the mark for Rowville. Will use the broadcast side with an old-fashioned Peter Sumich helicopter punch straight down the throat, though, of Curtis Flakemore, who kicked the last goal for Rowville after that gift inside forward 50. So Flakemore eventually called to play on, drives the ball up towards the 50-metre line. It was a thumping kick, went about 60 metres. Screaming for the free kick was the first game at Toomey. The umpire didn't want a bar of it, and he'll come in and ball this one up just
boundary
outside the 45. Let's cross down boundary side to Jared.
East Ringwood really starting to own the corridor now. Brolick with a snap.
Brolick with a snap up towards the top of the goal square. It's going to bounce around. Flakemore again on the right boot. Just couldn't get enough purchase on it. It stays alive only momentarily and rushed over for one behind. 21 plays 24, a 3-point lead. Did you want to continue on down there, Jerry?
Thanks, BWS. Yeah, East Ringwood really starting to own the corridor. They generated a couple of scoring shots from their transition play in the past few minutes, and they're just stopping Rowville from finding options in there at the moment.
Thanks, Jared. Callum Norris gets it up the boundary to Weatherall, but he tried to get his hands up and pull it down, but as tall as he is, it was even over his head, and the ball goes out of bounds near the interchange gates. So 24-20, we've 19 minutes almost played in the second quarter. So we're no closer to knowing who's going to win this one. It's been a tight one so far, as the umpire throws it in again. Bucks go at it, or they wrestle each other, as Brolick in the end gets it and just thumps it forward inside 50. East Ringwood player getting the front spot. Has he got the free kick, or is it going to go the other way? No, it's gone to Delaney. It's Isaac, and Isaac will bring it out. Little short kick. He finds Waitman of Connor variety. Waitman decides he's got a bit of space. He's going to have a go. Sells a bit of candy. It's a dangerous ball out wide, and then the free kick's going to go the way of Damon Delaney.
He just had his head taken
got his head taken off. He did too. So Damon pops it down the line, finds Connor Waitman just in front of us, or near enough to in front of us here. Looking around for someone to kick to. And he's just a little bit indecisive, but eventually goes in board. In fact, he goes down the line, bouncing awkwardly there into the hands of Mundy. Mundy hooks it back inside 50. Looks like there was a bit of holding there, but the umpire said nothing doing. No, in fact, he has played the free kick. And it's going to go the way of Rowville. They'll take it, and they'll come away from defence.
Mitcham are up by 22. BWS 5-6-36 to Berwick 2-2-14.
Jeez.
Yeah, well, you probably thought they were going to bounce back after being obliterated last week as the kick came out on the second bite. Tweedy tried to keep it alive, probably screaming for deliberate. That's not going to happen. Over the boundary line she goes and out.
Donny East to 13 points up, 7-3-45 to Blackburn 5-2-32. Bowen's 5-7 leading Vermont 2 goals 4-16.
Okay.
And Noble Park 4-4-28 leading South Croydon 1-3-9.
Go the Bulls.
You said they couldn't win a game in the Chook raffle 3 weeks ago, Brett.
Pulled out.
Well,
The Chook raffle isn't finished yet.
They must have won the Chook raffle since because they're going a little bit up.
Well, I thought that was a shallow throw in, but the umpire said it was a free kick. A little handball there by Kinsella. It was chopped off by Tyson Schrook, and over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throw in. Got some Division 1 scores as we wait for the ball to come back into play. Thanks, Brash.
Yeah, Beaconsfield 5-1-31 leading North Ringwood 4-1-25. Montrose 3-4-22 leading Bayswater 3-1-19.
The kick goes inside forward, 50 for East Ringwood. Getting back nicely there was Callum Verrill to take a strong mark, and he'll switch the ball out wide. And Skills are letting both sides down here this afternoon. There's a lot of turnovers. Mark was taken by Norwich. Inside forward, 50. That was a perfect kick to Fox, and the big man's not afraid of getting down low, and he takes it on the chest on the park, and he'll go back and have a shot in a pretty difficult angle. But but a man who's kicked already 33 goals for the season, you'd expect to go pretty close with this one.
Moorabach 7-3-45 leading Norwood 1 straight 6. And South Belgrave out by 37, 8-4-52. Park Orchards 2-3-15.
Josh Fox to extend the lead to 10 points. We haven't had a double-digit lead so far in this game. Comes in now from the 45. He starts at left, and it's going to stay there. It sort of stayed straight the whole way. We've seen a lot of balls go from right to left. And as he kicked it, I thought it was in danger of not even holding its line to stay in for a behind, but it did. And the lead back out to 5 points as the ball comes in for Rowville. Tried to keep it alive there was Walsh. Little handball over the top. It went to Norwich. They're mucking around with it. Schrook gave a throw away, but the umpire wasn't close enough to see that one as hands and knees in there trying to keep the ball alive as Davey in and under a lot of plays right in front of us here. Besto, it's time for you to take over, my friend.
So it'll be another stoppage. Just in front of us, as Ben said, on the broadcast side of East Ringwood Reserve, bathed in sunshine this afternoon. Up it goes. Shinemakers trying to get to it, but it might have been Henry who got the tap that time, and it's been worked forward. Here's a good play. Waitman gets his kick inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? Cries of, I think one of the players was appealing, it was Fox, for being held, but the umpires had nothing doing, and Rowville are getting themselves in a bit of trouble here. And they've got some defending to do, taken on the ground there by Coughlin, and he'll just be happy to wrap it up. They had all sorts of bother there, but they've done well to force a stoppage, and at least they can reset. So 23 minutes gone in the second quarter. 5-point lead, up it goes. One there by, out of the ruck by Weatherall. Cries of holding the ball as it's a snap off the ground there by Waitman, and it's hit the post, I think. So it was a close call, and it was Waitman who just picked it up of the Josh variety, and he just couldn't quite get it straight enough. It's gone through for another minor score. There's been a few of those from the boots of the East Ringwood players, and they lead 26-20. 2-6
this quarter for East Ringwood.
Yeah, they've certainly been the better side, there's no doubt about that, and they'd be wanting to go into this half-time break a little bit further ahead of what they are. It's 11 scoring shots to 5, so they've had over double the amount of Rowville as the kick goes up towards the wing position now. Not going to pay that. Multiple players touched that one.
He was about the 5th or 6th guy with it, and he's gone, yeah, it's mine, I marked it.
Yeah, that player was Norton, and I think even Henry tried to sell it as well. A little fresh air shot from both players, a bit of shepherding, so free kick going the way of East Ringwood, and everyone stopped, but the umpire said it can be advantage. Ball goes inside forward 50, the Hawks do have the numbers. Great tackle there by Fox, almost could have been rewarded. Little handball by McLean, comes out towards Waitman, into the pocket, nicely done. Jamie Bennell in position A. It wasn't the kick wasn't intended for him, but when you're going to play in front, deep in the forward line, sometimes it will just fall in your lap, and that's exactly what it did.
Heathmont 5-2-32 leading Templestowe 3-4-22.
Jamie Bennell has already kicked a goal so far. become the first multiple goal scorer on the ground. He'll only kick from 10 metres out. He's not going to make any mistakes from this position. Kicks it straight over the goal umpire's head. And the margin now is out to 12 points, the largest of the game. 25 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 32-20.
Lilydale 4-1-25 leading Croydon 3-4-22. Ringwood and Mulgrave 16 points apiece. Wanturna South 5-1-31 leading Surrey Park 1-7-13. East Burwood 7-2-44 leading Waverley Blues 6-4-40.
So back in the middle, it's a game high lead now for East Ringwood. They lead 32-20, but was it a boundary I heard?
Yeah, boys. Josh Clark for Rowville just getting ready to come back on after that yellow card.
Danger signs, Ray, for Rowville.
Yeah, look, East Ringwood are controlling the football at the moment.
So back in the middle.
They deserve their lead.
Long way to go, though. We're not calling it yet by any stretch as Showmakers gets the tap that time. He's in a centre clearance for Rowville and they burst away. They've got a chance to grab a late one here. This would be huge, and they've got the mark as well. And
Matty Evans.
It's Matt Evans who's taken it, so he's been quite busy today. He's done a bit of work in the ruck, and he's also gone for it on that occasion and taken a good, strong contested mark. This would be huge, just to get it back to 1 goal.
Needs it.
That was a fantastic delivery.
It was a terrific kick.
Just shows you what happens when you win the centre clearance, doesn't it?
Yes.
And they did that with Connor Waitman off the ground, so that they're taking advantage of that fact.
Absolutely. So here he comes, and Matty Evans, he needs to kick nice and straight here. Here's the kick on its way. Beautiful kick. Goal umpire didn't move, so Matty Evans puts it through. And it's back to a one-kick game near the stroke of half-time. We've had almost 27 minutes. 32 playing 26 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Second quarter of this big Premier Division clash, 1 playing through.
It's good to see Matty Evans being a presence in this side, because when Showmakers was out for a long period last year, he come in and did a terrific job, but he's been in and out of the senior side this year, and he just needs to have a really good game to, cement his spot in that side.
Basin and Coldstream 4-4 apiece, 28. Donvale up by 44, 6-11-47 to Oakley Districts, 3 behind. Scoresby up by 30, 9-2-56 to 4-2-26. Upper Gully up by 31, 6-7 to 2 straight. And Sylvan up by 16, 9-7 to 6-9.
Ball back in the middle. Is there a chance for Rowville to square it all up at half-time? Showermakers did well. Picked the ball up from the ground level up towards the half-forward line. Davey at the fall of the ball. He had good lateral vision. Kicked it out wide. It picked up nicely there by Edwards. Backwards to go forward. Stapleton's kick was smothered. Tried to keep it alive again. Beautifully done there by the East Ringwood backs in. I think that was Tweedy in there. And we will have a boundary throw in just outside the paint of 45.
That was the other long sleever, Mitch Keedle, with the smother over there.
No need to correct me. You still got to bring your late note as well in there, Jared, as the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Ouch.
Sometimes you can just let some things slide.
Touche.
Over the boundary line she goes, but I stand to be corrected. So umpire to bring the ball back in. Henry to go up against Evans.
Just wanting to give due credit to the players out there, Ben.
I hear. I'll be ready for you. I'll be ready for your next mistake as it comes in now. Little handball away. McDonald was in there as well, charging through for Waitman. Got the handball away just in time. The ball's gone further and further out. So right out of that danger zone, 29 minutes about to tick over on this Bendigo Bank scoreboard as you tune in to 98.1 Radio Eastern all afternoon. And streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. It's a 6-point margin in the EFNL match of the day. As a quick kick goes inside forward, 50 now, but nicely chopped off, and Delaney has it for the Roos.
So nice mark by Damon Delaney. He's got the sun in the eyes here as he decides to put it onto the left boot and go down the line, should I say. Goes wide over the back, and big weather on, didn't he? I don't think he even jumped then. He just put his arms up in the air like a giraffe. Not that giraffes have got arms, but you know what I mean. Here's the kick forward inside 50. Can they get a late mark here and a late goal perhaps? Bouncing around, but that's going to be a stoppage. And they'll be happy enough just to have it locked in.
Div 4, Churnside up by 60, 11-6 to 1 goal 6. And Kilsyth up by 11 points, 6 goals to 3-7.
So they do win tap out, and it goes to Waitman, who's immediately wrapped up. And just on top of the, right on time, the siren is gone, and the end of the first half out here at East Ringwood Reserve. And a pretty entertaining contest out here, 32 playing 26, 4-8-32 to 4-2-26.
Just quickly, who are Churnside playing, Brash?
Forest Hill.
Oh, okay. Who's that? Never heard of him.
Yeah, they probably could have done with Blake.
Let's just run through the goal kickers for you. The only multiple goal kicker for East Ringwood is Bennell. He's kicked two. The singles to McLean and also to McRae. Whilst it's all, in fact, no, there is one multiple goal kicker. It's Matty Evans for the Rowville side with two, and Brolick and Flakemore with one each. So half time out here at East Ringwood Reserve. Excellent contest. Stay with us. We'll be back after the break. We're going to come back and wrap up the first half action and then bring you all the action from a second term, which is going to be absolutely fascinating. 32 to 26. Back soon.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Half-time out here, and it is East Ringwood by 6 points at the half-time break. 4-8-32 to 4-2-26. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Chris Cordes and Jared Beanland, who have both been down on the boundary in that first half. And Jared, I'll start with you. Just your initial assessment on obviously the first half. 6 more scoring shots to the Roos, yet it is only 6 points. And I thought after a probably pretty even first term, the Roos looked like they were having a bit more control in that second quarter.
Yeah, definitely. They should be a little bit further ahead, in my opinion. They've started to take control of the clearances, of the corridor, their ball movement. Look, they've had a few mistakes here and there. Both teams have. I think the pressure out there is pretty decent from both sides. But all in all, the ball movement of East Ringwood has just been a little bit more... they've gotten the flow with it a little bit more at times, have East Ringwood. The defensive game that Rowville were starting to play, or had started with in the first quarter, just, I mean, it's still there, but East Ringwood, making them pay with some of those inside 50s, given the way that how fast they're able to transition the ball.
And both sides have made some mistakes in their back half of the ground too.
Yep.
Two of the goals directly there, Chris. Bennell picked off a Rowville defender, and then the same down the other end with Flakemore. So both sides have been a little bit shaky at times. Obviously defensively quite strong in different areas of the game, but it will be certainly a interesting thing to watch in the second half to see who makes the most of their opportunities.
No, it's definitely right. And we saw early on and throughout the game, I think there was in that kind of feeling out process, there's a few plays missing, a few kicks, and I think from a Rowville perspective, obviously they were under the cosh a bit in the second quarter, but I thought one thing was really interesting. Obviously they started off with Flakemore on Josh Fox and then went with Coughlin against Riley Wetherill, and Flakemore got pushed forward in that. So I should say Callum Verrill started on Josh Fox, but Flakemore was actually pushed forward, I think, a bit further more. I think he was playing a bit higher up the field in that second quarter, and while he was doing well, he's great above his head, great in the air. I just think they need some other avenues going forward. Obviously, Matthew Evans chimed in at the end a bit.
Yep.
And was doing well. But one thing that Rowville were talking about at the quarter-time huddle with their forwards were they just need to start working together and not just lead for themselves, but there needs to be a few dummy runs, a few people making space for the others, and they need to start getting a bit more synchronised, I think, going forward.
Where can they? Obviously, that midfield has now, without Tuvey in the side, without Bilo, and a couple of these other guys who've come out for East Ringwood, it looks like at times, that centre clearance that set up that Evans goal from, I think there was McDonald who streamed out of the middle, does seem like that could be an area that potentially they might be able to get a bit of control in the second half.
Yeah, they're going to go to and fro in the clearances, I think. I've noticed Connor Waitman and the influence that he's had. Whenever he gets the ball, something happens. He set up a couple of shots at goal late in that second quarter, and then when he came off, that's when Rowville started to get on top in the clearances. Brolick's obviously always going to throw his weight around. Sean Makers is very adaptable when ball hits ground. It's going to be interesting to see who ends up winning that centre clearance battle. At the moment, it's East Ringwood that I have just in a bit of ascendancy against Rowville in the middle of the ground. But they definitely have the pedigree, the cattle, Rowville, to get on top of them there.
Absolutely. Some scores around the grounds. We'll start with Premier Division, a few interesting ones. The Balwyn-Vermont game, that Balwyn lead has been cut back to 3 at half-time. 5-8-38, the Tigers leading the Eagles 5-5-35. Noble Park 6-5-41, leading South Croydon 1-3-9. So a pretty handy lead for the Bulls at home, who have been quite impressive over the last few weeks. East Ringwood, of course, are playing Rowville today, leading by 6 points. Blackburn and Doncaster East. It is Doncaster East at halftime, 7-4-46, leading Blackburn 6-2-38. And the Tigers...
Can't get a read on Doncaster East.
No, you can't, can you? But the Tigers, 7-8-50 to Berwick 3-3-21.
Yes,
they're looking for their first game of first win of the season if they get over the line today. A must-win game for them.
It's not done, but still, it's about time. They're due for a win. They've been due for a while.
Yeah, it's a big start for the Tigers. 20 down at Walker Park today as well. In Division 1, Beaconsfield a 12-point lead over North Ringwood, 6-3-39 to 4-3-27. Montrose 3-6-24 to Bayswater 3-1-19. Low-scoring game out there as well. Rulbark a 7-4-46, leading Norwood 3 straight 18, but they have kicked the last 3 goals of the game in that one. Norwood. South Belgrave 11-9-75, leading Park Orchards 4-5-29. They're looking for their 9th straight win to start the season. They are flying.
Someone's got to stop them, and I don't know who it's going to be.
Yeah, don't know it.
I don't know who it's going to be.
If
don't
it's
know
not
it.
Park Orchards, then maybe Beaconsfield.
They might be their own biggest enemy, if anything, come finals time. Division 2, Templestowe Heathmont. Heathmont's in front, 6-4-40 to 4-5-29.
There's
the
my
Dockers.
roughie.
Yeah, it was your roughie of the week. They are playing quite well over at Templestowe Reserve so far. Croydon lead Lilydale 34 to 25. Mulgrave lead Ringwood in a similar game, 36 to 25. Wanturna South versus Surrey Park. Wanturna South 9-4-58, leading Surrey Park 3-8-26. So the Devils looking, well, potentially if Templestowe lose, they might be on top of the ladder by the end of the afternoon. East Burwood Waverley Blues. East Burwood back at home today, 7-4-46 to 6-5-41. They've got a lead there. Division 3. We heard some of those results all tied up at the Batterham Reserve, 4-4-28 apiece. Donvale 65 to Oakley District 4. So after a 123-point win last week, they now trail by 61 points, Oakley. Scoresby 37-point lead over Fair Park 63 to 26. Upper Gully 43 to Ferntree Gully 12, kept them goalless in that second term. Upper Gully
continues.
Oh well, we'll hear from him tomorrow because he's trying to create a war with the Upper Gully folk down there, and they've proved him wrong every time so far. Sylvan 67 leading Knox 51. That is one to keep an eye on in the second half. Incredible at home, and they've been hopeless away. So we'll see if they can finish that one out on their home deck. Churnside Park against Forest Hill 85 to 18. That game certainly just about over, I would say. Warrandyte Kilsyth leading 6 straight 36 to Warrandyte 3-7 25.
6 straight.
So they've had 4 more scoring shots, but go in at half-time trailing at the moment. Warrandyte, no update with the Croydon North Hemlock Whitehorse game, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Back on this one before we go to a break. What are your thoughts? Obviously, not much in it. There's 6 points in this game at the moment, and East Ringwood potentially could have left a couple of goals on the board in that second term. Can you see Rowville giving them their first loss of the season, or do the Roos just seem to have the answer every time they're challenged?
Look, they need to start generating a little bit more run from their half-back line to Rowville, start to play the way that they really want to. I don't think East Ringwood are giving them the opportunity to do so by guarding the corridor so much. I think if East Ringwood just stick to their structures and stick to their the way they play their clearances, the goals will start coming, and they'll start building a lead in the third quarter.
Absolutely. Chris?
Yeah, I'm looking at Josh Clark in this one. I think he's been brilliant so far with his run through the middle. Obviously, when he got that yellow card, it was about 11 minutes into the second term, and that was, I think, when East Ringwood started to get a stranglehold of the game and really started to dominate through the middle. So I think he's a top player. He's been in the best 6 times so far this season. That's second in the league, and I just think if he can get going, then watch out, because Rowville are going to make East Ringwood pay for not putting their chances away.
Absolutely. Second half about to come up here at East Ringwood Reserve. It's the Roos 4-8-32 leading Rowville 4-2-26.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to the East Ringwood Reserve for the EFNL match of the round between East Ringwood and Rowville. And it's a close contest on the scoreboard. It's 4-8-32 the Roos. The Hawks are 4-2-26. So one goal is the mud. East Ringwood really felt like most of the ascendancy in that second term, but just couldn't put the score on the board. There's 12 scoring shots to 6 at the moment. And Rowville is still well and truly in this game as the players make their way back out to position. We know who's Mr. Popular out here at East Ringwood because Ray Bear got an invite into the President's Luncheon at half-time and the rest of us lined up at the canteen.
Sure he got an invite and didn't just gate crash it?
Well, it is what it is, BWS. Accept it. That's all there is to it.
Oh, I'm coming in to see me mate Les. He's in here somewhere.
Where do we see this one panning out, boys? A quick tip from everybody. Who's going to win? Ray?
I'm sticking with Rowville.
Rash?
East Ringwood.
Take it away, Besto.
So back in the middle, it's a hit out that's won by Rowville, and Shinemakers was on the ground there for a moment, but he gets up and they burst away from the stoppage here. Rowville, he's a chance to grab maybe an early one. They go inside 50, but it's repelled for the moment. I think they're probably going to get a stoppage. Cries of holding the ball, but that would have been unjust, I think.
That was Clark who got that ball forward. He's back on the ground after his yellow card earlier.
Yep.
And so, after some time in the naughty corner, up it goes. Yeah, Henry got the tap down there. Ball comes out into the hands there of Edwards. He got a kick, or sort of a kick. It was a funny one, and it's been repelled again, but it's the kicking efficiency not so great at the start of this term. Funny handball over the top. Oh. Shinemakers goes over the top of his opposite number there. That could have ended badly. Quick handball goes into the hands there of Webster. He's taken a ground wrapped up by Brolick, and the umpire just short of the forward, right about the half forward line, says we'll have a stoppage.
So the umpire throws it up now. Henry will pay that one too, but Shellmakers nearly brought it down. He laid a good strong tackle. Ball spills out, still alive. Umpire will come in and bounce it inside the centre square here. Dropped about 10 degrees up here on the balcony with the sun gone.
I've gone to layer 4.
You'd have your jumper off if you were home in Hobart at the moment, would you? 10 degrees.
Been beautiful there all week, Raymond. Blue skies in the morning and it goes dark by 4 o'clock. Shellmakers front spot. Will knock away. They're just trying to work themselves out in these early throws.
Oh, how I wish to live in the apple isle, Ray.
It's strange you say that, but a bit of useless information today. Today's the shortest day of the year.
Yeah, winter solstice.
So what does that mean? What, the sun goes down earlier, does it?
Sun goes down early and it's the longest night tonight. Could sleep in, Lee.
As if.
Who doesn't know the meaning of that word? The kick goes out wide for Rowville. Eichhoff made some space and he can take off a bit here, and he does just that. Kicked it out of bounds on the full. What a cough up that was. Got the Bronx cheers from the brethren East Ringwood fans down below. Right underneath us here in the broadcast position. As the kick goes out of bounds on the full from East Ringwood. So a little bit scrappy early in the piece, Besto. Spark them into something, will you?
So a couple of out of bounds on the fulls.
I want to check whether or not that's a Burley.
So McDonald it is who has the kick. He sends it long, very long in fact, up the wing. It falls into the hands here. A good play by Clark. He set sail, gets it inside forward 50 as they get a little kick, funny little kick back inside into the hands. This is a goal. No, it's not. He missed it. It was Will Verrill who did really well to pick it up, and he looked to be running into an open goal, but he just got harassed at the last minute, and he squirts it through for a minor score. So wasted opportunity for Rowville. They get one on the board though, nonetheless. 4-8-32 to 4-3-27, and we've had 3 minutes gone in this third term.
They worked really hard to keep that ball alive then, Rowville, and a bit unlucky there. He probably should have done a little bit better than that. He was running at top speed though, Verrill, so chance gone begging, and in a close game, they're the ones that you don't want to be in the final impact. Just trying to use my words as best as I can.
Just repeat that.
Not very good, England. So the ball goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's go to Chris Curtis, boundary side.
Just with the sun getting a lot lower, boys, all of these East Ringwood forwards, when they're leaning away from their goals, they can barely see anything. It's something to keep an eye on.
Thanks very much, Chris. Doing a great job with Jared, boundary side, and at half-time as well with Ryan Long, the media manager. The Eastern Football Netball League. Ball back in the middle of the ground now. 4 minutes tick over.
Noble are up by 32 early in the third quarter. BWS 6-5-41. South Croydon 1-3-9.
The bull ring will be going off down at Moodamere tonight. There's no doubt about that as the ball goes up towards the half-forward line. As Brett Beston rubs his hands together, Mr. Burns style.
Besto might
Waiting
not
for an
get
excellent.
home. Besto might not get home till after midnight tonight.
I might have to take a detour.
Take the ferry home.
Put that one in your GPS, Ange, if you're listening. Slight detour, just a little one on the way to Geelong.
Just
Head
go
out
a
to
little.
Noble.
Just go a little bit further down and take the ferry.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Queenscliff.
True that.
Yeah. I've still got to get from Queenscliff to Lara though.
Baldwin 7-10-52 leading Vermont 5-5-35. Mitcham 7-8-50 lead Berwick 5-3-33. And
Most importantly,
Doncaster East 7-4-46 leading Blackburn 6-2-38.
Thanks very much, Brash. As the kick goes inside 450, it was absolutely centimetre perfect. The mark has been taken by Riley Weatherall right on the boundary line. He's almost been pushed out up onto the hill to kick this one. Now, the way that the wind has been going today, if he sets it up at the left goal post, nice and high, it should drift straight back through the goals. Sounds a lot easier than what it is. He comes in now, and he does just what I said and puts it straight through the middle. I'll take that every day of the week as Weatherall puts it through for his first of the afternoon and a fantastic goal there. 11-point margin now to the East Ringwood side as we've crossed over almost a 6-minute mark in this third term.
Div 1 sees Beaconsfield 6-3-39 leading North Ringwood 4-3.
Ferntree Gully in the women's game. It went more than right angles backwards. You know, if he starts it to the right goal post, he can work this one back through the left, or he can straight through the right. Trying to just coach everyone through it at the stage. But no, to no avail. But the Bronx cheers instantaneously as well. And minus ball is the result. 10 points of margin out here. East Ringwood have the sway, hold sway. Delaney to bring the ball back in. That's kicking the academy open, I believe, this week. 0 again. So here they come. East Ringwood getting it out towards the far side, but about centre wing. It's on the ground over there. Picked up and the handball back to nobody, but it finds a target and Clark.
It's on the ground. Messi Pera to play. East Ringwood get it though. Waitman puts it onto the right boot, gets it smothered though.
Oh!
And in the end, there's one who gets Bilo who gets belted out of the way. And the umpire says we'll have a throw-in, so you're going to give it wrong. You can see if you're watching on the stream, the scoreboard in the background showing a 10-point lead for the home side. We're coming up to 10 minutes played. Henry gets the tap in the ruck, but it falls for Rowville. They'll go in 50 again. How's the bounce towards the boundary? And just got through. It looked like it was going through for a goal, but getting back in the nick of time is Delaney, and he sees it over. So a near miss for Rowville. One more to their tally. And they now trail by 9 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As Delaney has it, looking around for someone to kick to. Puts it onto the left, goes out to the far side of the ground. Up they fly. Henry getting to the front spot there, but the ball bouncing around. Now it's in the hands of Rowville player losing his footing there.
Unlucky.
It was unlucky as the ball goes back to number 28 in Clean.
Throw.
And that's a throw, so it'll be a free kick to Rowville. Chance to go inside 50. They squirt it out into the pocket. Ball goes over everybody's head, but it's still danger, still there. Little handball back inside. Nicely laid off there by McDonald to a teammate. They go inside 50 again, but they're a bit outnumbered here, the Rowville side.
Oh.
Now it's a possible goal, and it is a goal.
Evans.
It's Evans. It was really messy, but in the end, it was good work by McDonald. He sort of got the ball out, and it was Evans who got the little stab kick through. A bit lucky, but it doesn't matter how they come. It's still 6 points.
And that was Evans' third goal for the day, one in each quarter, so he's done extremely well.
So 38 plays 34, Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 11 minutes in this third term.
Basin and Coldstream 5-6, 36 apiece. Donvale up by 81, 85 to 4. Scoresby up by 46, 11-6 to 4-2. Ferntree Gully getting spanked by Upper Ferntree Gully 61 to 19, and Sylvan 11 points up over Knox 10-8 to 8-9.
Well, they've had reward for effort. The Rowville Hawks. McDonald goes inside forward 50. Nearly a mark taken out there for East Ringwood. Ball spills out. Belo's in there, jiving on top of the ball. Lachlan McDonald again. And you just feel that Rowville's really lifted in the last few minutes or so. The ball hovered around that forward 50 and inside for about 3 minutes till they eventually got that major. There's a big knock that time by Wetherill. They got it out. Little flick out wide. Davey on the right boot. Pokes it inside forward 50. Diving for it almost to me. The first gamer there to mop up the pieces was Norris. Got it to Delaney. A series of handballs sees them get out of that danger zone, and the mark's been taken by Norton. Only went about 5 metres, but the umpires paid it anyway. So Norton takes off. Now Toomey comes in from the side. He almost got him. Just got the kick away, but the ball sat up. A little bit of holding in the contest. Downfield free kick, was it?
Yeah.
The umpire paid 25. Holding the man so I'm not quite sure on that one, but nonetheless it goes 25 metres forward. Now they're only 1-2 kicks from home. Screaming for it inside 450. They've got players out wide. Coming in from the side, Webster will be at the back as well to fit the can fall into his arms. Quick clearing kick by Rowville in towards the middle of the ground. Had to go. Verrill did very well. Got the handball away, but he coughed it up. Charging through in there was Walsh. Got the handball away. Out wide now. Linking up well. Here's Wetherill. Wetherill set sail for goal, you little beauty! Well, they had to work themselves out finally, but when you get it in the arms of someone with that much class, he just makes you pay. Fantastic goal there to Riley Wetherill, who already was a contender for goal of the day. Let's mark him down for a second there and a second contender.
Nothing pretty about the way they got that goal. It was just pressure by both sides.
Yeah, pretty workmanlike, wasn't it?
The lack of the bounce of the ball went East Ringwood's way.
Div 4 sees Churnside Park up by 80 points, 15-8, 98. Forest Hill 2-6-18. Nothing from Croydon, which we won't get for the rest of the afternoon. And Warrandyte are up by 8 points, 6-8-44. Kilsyth 6 straight, 36.
So that result with Forest Hill, Blake Tennant's a big chance to make the ones.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
He could be in next week.
Best on-ground performance in the Magoos.
Yeah.
So back in the middle. Watch the space. We might have to do the Forest Hill game next week if he gets a start as the handball goes over the top. Checking away there nicely was Clark. Now they'll go forward.
Nice.
Should be an easy mark, and it is. So taken by Martini. He's just on the arc, so maybe too far out to score. Does he want to have a crack? He's looking
have
around.
A shot.
I think he's going to go back and take it himself. His eyes were darting around there, but I think he's decided to take the responsibility himself.
Since he's come back on, Clark, after that 15-minute indiscretion, Ray, he's got involved in a lot of these midfield contests.
He would be up there in their best and fairest this year, Brash. He's had a
So
great
big kick
season.
this one. This will get him back within a kick again. He strikes it okay. Just heading across the face.
Great
That's
mark.
been marked. Unbelievable. Just the East Ringwood defence went to sleep, and it's been taken there by Flakemore. He couldn't believe his luck.
Sorry.
No, in fact, it's not Flakemore, it's Lockman.
Another bombshell.
So it's
Look at the ankle he's been put on.
He's a left footer.
He's going to find
There is no way that is he. Oh, thank you. There was no way that he needed to be pushed that far out, and I still don't think he's on the correct angle because when he took the second bite, it was a lot more squared up. Agreed, Ray?
Yeah, I agree.
Lockman, he's going to come in. Can he kick this one? He should do, you'd think, but we would not say anything. Pretty much, he's made a mess of it off the side of his boot. Completely off the side of his boot. It's gone through. That's a terrible kick.
That's a blooper reel special. That one.
Mars bar award
Much
for
to the
that one.
delight of the East Ringwood faithful, it's an 8-point game. Mr. Laney brings it back in for East Ringwood.
Oh, it's not a Mars bar. It's more like a Morrow.
Oh, yeah, because everyone loves them.
They're the ones left at the bottom of the show bag. As the ball bouncing forward. It's going to sit up now for Webster. He had support in there in Weatherall. He picks the ball up and he got brought to ground. And we will have the ball up about 35 metres out from goal. So, waiting for players to clear the way here. It's an 8-point lead to the Roos. They'd love one here just to get that little bit of breathing space. Barge his way through Mitchell. Can't do so. So we'll have another ball up. 16 and a half gone. 98.1 Radio Eastern all afternoon. Streaming live on around the world on YouTube and Facebook. Show and makers. Henry over the back. Down to Brolick on the right boot. Bouncing football with a little wrong and to boot. Over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Doncaster East up by 7 points, 10-4-64. Blackburn 9-3-57.
So good contest out there as the ball is thrown in. It's Shonemakers who gets to the front spot. Good work, he knocks it down. Ball bouncing around again really awkwardly. It was Kinsella who sends it down the line, but it's been cut off over there. So a good mark. It's not Davey, it's 45 and Martingale. So Martingale looking around for someone to kick to. Hoists it high, sends it out towards that wing once again. Good mark in the front spot there. This is great play. Rowville starting to really dominate the game as the ball goes in. Having said that, though, they've turned it over in the middle of the ground and wrapped up there. And we'll have a ball up.
North Melbourne won by 11 points. Carlton kicked 5 goals, 5 in the last term. North didn't score, but they still won.
Freedom will be very happy about that as the ball goes up. Got a wrestling in the ruck. Shonemakers gets the Davey, I think it was. He got the head out on that occasion. No, it was Shonemakers. I was right the first time. Another stoppage.
Mitcham are now up by only 10, 8-8-56. Berwick 7-4-46.
It goes again, another head out there, but it falls into the hands of Market Smith, who sends it forward. Going back there and dropping the mark was Shook, but there's a whistle. Has he got a free kick? Let's see. Yes, he has, and the umpire's going to play the advantage, and Rowville to bring it out.
And the kick goes up towards the Davey direction. He gave away a fair bit of height over the back there. Bilo just popped it up. It was horrible. There's no two ways about it. Eichhoff got it away. Here's Davey again, chasing. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line. He's kicked a lot of floaters all afternoon, but they've got the numbers still. Little handball back. Here's okay for Evans. Back to Davey. The handball for him was horrid. Over the boundary line, she goes for a boundary throw in.
Bowen 10-12-72, leading Vermont 6-6-42. Noble Park 6-9-45, leading South Croydon 3-3-21.
Liking that little bit of twang he's throwing on these scores this afternoon. As the ball comes out, Picked up there by Waitman. Had enough curl on it to keep the ball alive. Bouncing football over the head of Fox, and nicely done there by Verrill, who chased after it. Little handball away, but it might be chopped off here. And it certainly is. There's a little handball in towards the middle of the ground. They've got the numbers. Waitman crunched by Brolick. And the umpire said advantage paid, and now the Hawks have the numbers up towards inside forward 50. Suleimani, he's got players further afield. Is he going to hit a target? He does. Matty Davey, who I have to say has not been great by boot this afternoon. And he's going to kick from directly in front, 46, 47 metres out.
The last 5 minutes, the momentum has certainly gone in Rowville's favour, Brush.
Yeah, there was a chance there where East Ringwood could have been 17 points up, but they just couldn't get that goal.
Matty Davey to shut me right up. That's exactly what he needed to do, and I tell you what, that went through with some power as well. Matty Davey kicks his first of the afternoon, and Rowville, well, they get back to within 2 points.
I might even buy him a beer after that for shutting you up, BWS, because I've been trying to do that for 20 years.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you haven't bought us anyone a beer for 20 years either, Ray, so that'll be a miracle in itself.
Beaconsfield 7-3-45 leading North Ringwood 4-5-29. Montrose up by 17, 5-8-38. Bayswater 3-3-21.
Ray's just
good call, Ray. Good call.
One of my ears have gone. All I'll say is you win, Ben.
Mooroolbark 7-4-46, only 16 points over Norwood, 5 straight 30. And South Belgrade 54 points up over Park Orchards, 14-12, 96 to 6-6, 42.
Going to be a secondary stoppage in the middle of the ground, heading for a great finish in this one, 2-point game. Run by Davey out of the ruck, knocks it down. As they try and pick it up, I think it's Stapleton under there, but the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So, really difficult one to call now. It's become very, very interesting. We're just coming up to the fact we're just in time on in this third term. Henry got a knockout over the back, but it's fallen for Rowville, but it's been intercepted, and they'll go inside 50 again. East Ringwood, can they get on the end of this one? Jamie Bennell trying to keep it in, but he can't quite do so, and the ball is out of bounds in the forward pocket. So
you got to say, Ray, Callum Varell's done a pretty fair job on Fox this afternoon.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. He's given away height, he's given away weight, but he's really done well, Brush. He's contested everything.
And so umpire to throw it in again. Important little period this. Weatherall was there, but he couldn't get to it. But in fact, he gets it on the second, almost by accident. Bennell spins around and gets it back into the. In fact, it's going to go through for a minus score. No, in fact, down for a throw in.
No, it's gone through for a minus.
Gone through, a bit hard to tell, but it's gone through for a minus score. So one more to the total. As the umpire signals, and it's 44 playing 42 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Liam Coughlin just dances around, needs to get rid of it. Ran a long way, and they've got numbers out wide. Shrook pokes it over the top. So again, they just need to work this one out. Shrook got the handball received, looping one over to Suleimani, up towards the half-forward line. They've worked their way all the way down the ground. Big fly over the back there by Flakemore. Couldn't pull it to ground. The Roos have the numbers. Thumped out of that danger zone. Was intended out there for Kinsella. But it almost looked like the sun got in his eyes then. So Rowville again driving the ball forward up towards the top of the goal square. Nicely knocked away that time there by Evans, who's kicked 3 goals. Mopping up nicely was Waitman. Got it across to Mundy. Mundy just poked it out wide. Had to be a strong mark, and it certainly was just that. 3 points is the margin. We've gone to 22 and a half minutes here in this third term. They call it the Premiership quarter, and both these sides have an eye on the Premiership Cup for season 2025. Shoalmakers have given away a free kick to Weatherall, is it? No,
he was
Fox.
in front. How can you give a free kick away when he's in front?
Heathmont 8-6-54 leading Templestowe 6-5-41.
So Fox just thumps it on his boot up towards the 45-metre line, bounces away. Rowville might be able to use the corridor if this can just sit up nicely for them. Nicely done there by Shrook. Little handball away, up towards the middle of the ground now. Chopped off by, though, the Roos. Picked up by Walsh, up towards the half-forward line. He goes, bouncing football. Will it stay alive? It eventually does there for Eichhoff. He got it away to Shrook. Down in front of us here in the broadcast position, it's a 2-on-1 situation, and the mark has been taken by Hannon Mundy. We'll bring the ball back into the forward 50 for East Ringwood.
So Mundy goes towards the pocket, and I think it's probably going to go out of bounds. It's still in. No, Peck still in, stays in over there. Don't know how that stayed in. Little handball back, nicely done. The kick from Coughlin's a bit of a shocking one. And in the end, it's gone out of bounds. So trapped inside 50.
Croydon 5-6-36, leading Lilydale 5-5-35. Mulgrave 8-6-54, leading Ringwood 4-7-31.
So umpire to throw it in. Danger signs for the East Ringwood side. Well, it's in the hands of Schoenmakers. They should work their way out of this. There's the kick forward. Up they fly, goes through the hands of number 14 and Delaney. Should have probably taken that. And it goes out of bounds just in front of us here in the broadcast position on this sun-drenched East Ringwood Reserve, 45-42. We're about 24 minutes gone in this third turn.
One turner south, 10-4-64, leading Surrey Park 7-8-50. East Berwick 9-5-59, leading Waverley Blues 6-8-44. That'll make Spider happy.
Interesting scores. Umpire throws it in. Delaney chasing. Waitman it is, sorry. And Waitman taken across the boundary there by McDonald. And they would throw in just in front of us.
Blake Tennant's text in and he told us that he's played it the whole game in the ruck and he's very, very sore.
I was about to say, late breaking news flash from Chidside Park.
Okay, the ball's right in front of us here from the stoppage. Here's McDonald, took off to the races, up towards the half-forward line. Over the back, this might sit up here for Toomey, the first gamer. Can he get boot to ball? He can't. Charging through there was Evans. He got brought down to ground. And we will throw it up. In fact, it was Tommy Lockman. I apologise as the umpire to restart this one. Lockman will go up in the ruck contest, almost unopposed. Then he could have just trapped it. It didn't matter because Martini was there to mop up the pieces, and the Hawks have hit the front out here at East Ringwood Reserve. 7-6-48 to 6-9-45. The last 15 minutes or so, you've just had that feeling the Hawks are coming, Brash.
Yeah, they have, and they've, like I said, They were challenged early in the quarter, Rowville, and all of a sudden, once again, Ray, they've got the game back on their terms. And East Ringwood, there's a lot of fumbling going on. They can't take a mark, and they're struggling to get the ball back through their midfield.
Brash, let's talk about momentum over the years. You know, when you've got it, you've got to hit the scoreboard. And at the moment, Rowville are hitting the scoreboard.
Yep.
So ball thrown up again, hit it on the head, Brash. There's been an awful lot of fumbling. As I said, you'd think it was a wet game the way the ball use has not been clean. And here they go forward again, Rowville. Bouncing over their little handball off, and they'll go inside 50 again. Here's the kick.
Great kick.
Davies there, can he throw? Oh, he's got it. What a great mark.
That's mark of the day for Matty Davey there.
So Matt Davey, he was there. I sort of didn't think he had too much chance, but he got his eyes on the footy. And he's gone up and taken this. You can put this one in the book. He's pretty much right out in front.
That's 2 beers from Ray now.
So that's a great mark.
Fantastic fly. And what a brilliant kick it was from Martini, though, to keep the ball alive and kick it to the hot spot.
So not Martini, Davey it is. So Davey comes in from point-blank range, and he's put it through. So that lead is now to 9 points, and how quickly the game can change. 8-6-54 to 6-9-45, and they're going to go back and score. But it's coming up to 27 minutes gone.
Boundary.
Cross down to Jared, boundary side.
You can really see down here that Rowville are starting to take control and overwhelm East Ringwood in the clearances. Missing James Bearlow, missing Josh Tovey, of course, and it's allowing Lachlan McDonald, Lockie Stapleton as well, Nick Schoenmakers. They're all starting to get on top and generate those clearances for Rowville. Anthony Brolick, of course, as well.
You boys keep saying who East Ringwood are missing. You've got to remember, Lockie Wine and Mav Taylor aren't in this Rowville side either.
Thank you for letting us know about that, Ray.
Well, you know, it hasn't been mentioned yet.
I'm glad you've mentioned it.
Waitman gets tackled. That's holding the football, and so it should
start. Don't you start. I thought you were my mate, Brash.
Oh, yeah, listen to this.
Don't do it. Don't say anything to him, Brash, because he turns on his mates very quickly, Ray.
Dissension in the ranks, I think they call it.
Martini again. What a purple patch he's having right to the hot spot at the full of ball. Verrill. Pop one high. Free kick on the siren.
Gee, this is a crucial kick now.
To give them a 15-point lead. Will Verrill will go back, and he's only 20 metres out directly in front. He's going to put this one through. And, well, we didn't see this coming 15 minutes ago. There was a handy 12-point lead to East Ringwood at that stage, and this is going to turn into a 27-point turnaround from that point. So Verrill, who let himself down from the left forward pocket about 6 or 7 minutes ago with an absolute shocker. He copped the Bronx cheers from the same crowd that's going to watch this one potentially sail over the head. So watch the celebration if he can put this one through. Verrill comes in now, 25 out directly in front, makes no mistake. And does he give it to him? Exactly right. I absolutely love it. We expected it to come, and it's a 15-point lead to Rowville at three-quarter time. Fantastic stuff. That's what local footy's all about. He stuck it right up and down there in the forward pocket. Absolutely love seeing that. Rowville, what a third term it was for them. 3 goals to Evans, 2 to Davey. Verrill's got 1, so does Flakemore, Brolick and Martini. 2 goals to Bennell and Wetherill for the Roos. The rest are singles. What a game we've had today, and what a finish we expect as well, with the unbeaten East Ringwood Football Club trailing by 15 points at three-quarter time, but it's on their home deck, and we know they'll make a play for it in that final term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 3 down, 1 to go. We can't wait.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
The Lasini set out here at East Ringwood Reserve in the Premier Division Match of the Round, brought to you by Eastland, and it's East Ringwood who have gone undefeated so far in season 2025, finding themselves on their home deck 15 points down as Rowville, who had an ordinary patch only a month ago, have come back and they lead by 15 points, 9-6-60 to 6-9-45. What a fantastic last 15 minutes of that third term it was from the Rowville Hawks boys.
Yeah,
turn your radio
on. Thing on, right?
Yeah, well, it has been their best quarter all year, Ben. Many a game, they've won the game in the third quarter and or else put themselves in a very good position to win a game. So, it really, it's a great game of football. Look, irrespective of who wins, at the end of the day, I just think the big winner today is the EFNL football.
I think Clark and...
Boundary.
Let's go Boundary side.
I got a senior coach of East Ringwood, Ben Osborne, down here with me. Bit of trust in your structure is what's needed, and your game plan is what's needed for this final quarter, is what you were mentioning.
Yeah, look, we just went away from it. They challenged us, and we just went away from defending the ground well, and also trusting our ball movement. We went into our shells a little bit, which sort of played into their hands as well. So we just need to trust each other and our roles.
Yeah, absolutely. And the man going up first, you're talking about the roles, the D1, the person going up for the ball. You just need some people to stay around on ground level to sweep it away when it hits.
I think if you commit to the player, they're pretty good at flicking it out and getting, they're very far side, and we spoke about that before the game, and we need to just trust that person sticking that tackle, or at least pressuring, and then numbering off after that.
And the one thing, just lastly, I noticed is the one word that everyone was yelling as they were coming together after the siren was blown was challenge.
Yeah.
You've got a challenge.
We've got a challenge, and we love that, so we'll see how we go.
Beautiful. Thanks, mate. Good luck.
Great stuff there, Jared Beanland down below with Ben Osborne, and a situation that they're not too used to, but no doubt Ben Wise was very happy at the Rowville huddle, Chris.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A lot of positive praise for his players, but the message is pretty clear. Just keep doing what we're doing and don't go back into our shells.
What a great first shot that is on our radar, on our monitors up here, guys. Look, with the sun in the background, East Ringwood Reserve, they're all ready to start the final quarter. That's a fantastic shot.
Just absolutely gorgeous, Ray.
Yeah, no, fair dinkum.
No, I know you are.
When you get older, Ben, which you are, you'll realise probably next week little things like that you miss when you're younger.
Maybe one day we'll sprinkle a little bit of you out here, Ray, as the umpire holds the ball aloft, and here's Brett Bester to take us away.
First hit out of the game goes the way of this quarter, should I say, goes the way of East Ringwood. Taken by Delaney, he's taken a tackle. So what have East Ringwood got? Can they respond? Rowville came superbly in that third quarter, and they've jumped out to a 15-point lead. The game far from over yet. Schoenmaker's going up against Henry and the ruck. Ball comes out nicely picked up there by Clark, who just bangs it forward. The bounce is awkward, as it has been for most of the day. Great work there by Flakemore, who spins around. He goes inside 50. No mark taken. It's been belted towards the boundary and taken one of the East Ringwood players over there. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. No chance of that coming out.
It is going to get very dark, though, because it's been getting darker and darker. And they might turn the lights on at one stage.
And it's the winter solstice. So, ball on the ground over there. Umpire will send... he's going to have another ball up.
I think it was quite ironic in the third quarter that McDonald, Clark and Schoenmakers took over in that midfield, and that's where they gained all their ascendancy, Rowville.
So Henry gets the head out going, and there was Waitman underneath it. That's Connor. And the umpire says we'll have another stop at about the third or fourth one in a row. So East Ringwood really, you think, would need the first goal of this team. If they concede the first goal, they may just be a bridge too. It might be a bridge too far for them. But at the moment, there's just nothing happening. We have hardly moved from this position. This will be about the fourth stoppage.
Blackburn have hit the front in the last quarter against Doncaster East. Blackburn 12-5-77, Doncaster East 11-5-71.
So umpire to throw it in again. Can we get some clear area this time? Knocked away there to Waitman. Waitman gets a little ball forward. Nice work there taken by Delaney. Gets it forward. And up they fly. Oh, taken nicely.
Good mark.
Great mark taken there by Schrook. And Schrook will look around for someone to kick to.
So Schrook unwinds, kicks the ball deep inside forward 50. The pack flies at the fall of the ball. Little throwaway that time, I think, there by the big ruckman. Henry. Snap around the body. Goes goal line. Fantastic goal by Matty Davey. I tell you what, he's come from nowhere in the second half when we gave him a little bit for some missed kicks. He's just gone bang, then bang, then bang, and now Ray owes him 3 beers. And they are up by 21 points, the Rowville Hawks, and they are going to take some sort of stopping now, Ray.
Yeah, look, he's the oldest guy on the list in that side. He's into his mid-30s, but he's an impact player. He comes onto the ground now and does that sort of thing, and that's why he's in the side.
Well, they've only kicked 6 goals for the game, East Ringwood, and they need 4 goals to hit the front. It is going to take a monstrous effort for them to get back in this game, Brash.
Your character up for grabs here for East Ringwood. What have they got left?
So it's going to be a mountain to climb now for the Rowville, for East Ringwood, should I say. They really needed the first goal, but it's Rowville now with their tails up. coming off the back of that very good third quarter, and they've got the first goal as Brolick. They do well. They get it out there nicely off the hands of Clark. Weaving out of trouble there was Stapleton. Now the good change there goes into the hands of McDonald, who sends it down the line looking for a target and finding it as well.
Evans.
So Evans over there.
Rowville at the moment are playing like winners.
So Matty Evans, he's played well today as he gets his kick inside
Perfect.
50, trying to find a target. Beautiful kick. And he finds number 21 in Lockman, who comes forward and takes the mark. And this will just about, well, we won't say it'll finish it, but it's going to be a huge effort to come back if he kicks us.
Just a perfect lead there by Lockman. They left the space about 40 metres out from goal. Lockman took off at the right stage, and the kick had to be perfect, and it was.
It was, yes.
So Lockman will go back.
Brashy's got to go back and kick this. If you remember back to pre-game, I spoke to Ben Wise and said the importance of Lockman, and Wise was a big rap for him, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
So he's yet to kick one today. And this would be a huge kick. Tom White, Lockman.
It'll be a telling goal.
There
if
he
kicks
comes. Here's the kick on its way. How's it looking? He's got it.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, no, he hasn't. The crowd sold me a dummy. They went up behind the goals, but they quickly, the cheers turned to, well, not boos, but disappointment as it goes through for a minor score, so a wasted opportunity. But still, one more to the total, takes it out to a 22-point lead, and we've had 4.5 minutes gone in this last term.
Upper Gully lead for Entry Gully, 102 to 25 after 12 minutes in the final term. That's coming from the Catfish, who's gone out to the derby today to get some snaps as it comes in now. Once again, Shrook into the middle of the ground. It was a risky kick, but they still have numbers there as Shrook, the other variety, hits the deck, and will have a ball up right in the middle of East Ringwood Reserve. And the Roos really need to get one very quickly if they want to have any part of a Yelp. Showermakers, that was like a training drill, just slapped it straight down the throat. They kicked, quick kick, went inside forward 50, but nobody was home, and the mark taken by Isaac Delaney, who wants to use the far side of the ground. They had some space, but the kick went straight down the throat there of Stapleton, who couldn't quite pull the mark in. He had support running on side there in Martini, who really has come with the burst in this second half and been one of the main players to get Rowville in the position that they are at this stage. Showermakers got the knockdown. Once again, they go inside forward 50. Playing from behind that time was Verrill. It was risky business. Norris tried to get himself free of a tackle that no avail, and will have a ball up 40 metres out from goal.
Brett, the Bulls look home here, mate. 10-10-70 against South Croydon. 4-5-29.
Fantastic. We're on a roll. Was the ball in the hands there of Verrill. He's been good today, Will Verrill.
Yep.
Funny little kick forward, though. And I think we're going to have another stoppage potentially. Yep, ball's out of bounds there.
Baldwin look home against Vermont here. 15-15, 105. Vermont disappointing 7-7-49.
And
Mitcham 9-10-64 leading Berwick 8-7-55.
Yeah, we don't care about your mob. So Henry gets to the front spot, knocks it down. And it's going to be another stoppage, I think. Rowville won't mind this because the more stoppages they get, it just wastes time because they're 22 points in front. So Eastland, we're going to make all the play.
And Blackburn are now up by 8, 12-7-79. Doncaster East have stopped their 11-5-71.
So ball on the ground again. Henry got the tap, but not cleared once again. A little bit of a stalemate here.
So that fifth spot in Premier Division's right up for grabs again.
Oh, yeah.
So not much happening here. It goes again. And what they got this time? More fat cries of something, but no, the ball spills clear. But it's going to be another step that comes out from Davey, but the umpire said, in fact, it was Verrill on the ground. The umpire says we'll have another stoppage, and I'm done. This is ridiculous takeover.
North Ringwood are up by 4 points, 7-8-50 over Beaconsfield, 7-4-46.
Ball still inside that forward arc. Rowville Ray will be very happy over the next 5 minutes just to suck up as much time off the clock as possible.
Yeah.
Montrose 7-11-53 leading Bayswater 4-3-27.
Ball comes out now, trying to keep it alive. Pika over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Murrabaka are only up by 7 points against Norwood. 7-7-49. Norwood 7 straight, 42.
Gee, that could be a big opportunity.
Some close
for
ones.
Norwood.
Lai throws the ball back in now. Showermakers once again. It's just been like clockwork. Training drill styles. Blaring shot at goal goes through for a behind, but this score is an important one.
South Belgrave BWS by 66, 18-14, 122. Park Orchards 8-8-56, brother.
68-45 here. It's a 23-point margin and an absolute shank out of bounds on the full from the kick in. Stapleton wastes no time, goes into the pocket, and Curtis Flakemore, who's already kicked a goal this afternoon, will take as much time as he's allowed and have a shot on goal. He's deep up against that boundary line. It's a very difficult shot, this one. It's going against the way the breeze is, so he's got to start this one. This one has to be a perfect kick, and he's got to start it very left and hope the wind brings it back.
Probably could do with a little bit of a half shank, BWS.
Or almost like a run around, have a ping, but he's going direct at the ball.
He's kicked it.
It's a good-looking kick.
Oh, yeah.
But when
he kicked the ball, not the goal.
It started left and stayed left.
Yeah.
The cheer squad didn't make a yelp. They all had a sip. Score out to exactly 4 goals now. 69 plays 45. 9 minutes gone in this final term. East Ringwood, they need a coast-to-coaster.
They do indeed. So they'll bring the ball back in play. There's the kick out towards Wetherall, who was beaten in by Shonemakers. And in fact, he finished up with the footy, but can't get it clear. And the umpire says we'll have the ball up just outside the 50-metre arc. Up it goes again. Wetherall and Shonemakers go at it. Shonemakers gets the tap down that time towards the boundary, and it's going to go out just near the interchange gates.
Heathmont are up by 4 goals here, 11-6-72. Templestowe 7-6-48. Lilydale up by 4 points, 8-6-54. Croydon 7-8-50.
So one by Wetherall out of the ruck. Another stoppage by the looks. This has been a pretty ugly quarter. There's been a lot of stoppages, a lot of free-flowing play. But as we said before, Rowville won't mind this as it's taken into the...
it's exactly what Rowville want.
By Monday.
Mulgrave 10-7-67, leading Ringwood 7-8-50.
So knocked down again, and finally they did get some clear air this time, up and under, inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? No, not at this stage. Bouncing around there, Martini was close to it, and it's been hacked away there by East Ringwood. They need a mark, don't get it at the moment.
East Ringwood have knocked on inside forward 50 in the first 10 minutes of this final term.
So Callum Burrell, it is, he takes it out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in around about centre.
Mulgrave 10-7-67, leading Ringwood 7-8-50.
Right in front of us here, the ball is thrown in. Over the back, Showemakers, who's just second half has just been unbelievable. Got it away. Martini, equally as good. Out there towards his teammate in Clark, who toe-poked it up towards Suleimani, who got to get the handball away. He was met by 4 Roos, so they eventually won the footy up towards the half-forward line. Have to make a meal of it there. There's McRae, kept the ball alive, but the Hawks do have the numbers in there. Barging his way through McDonald, got the handball away. There's a throw. And the free kick will go the way of Webster. No, it'll go the way of the big man Fox, who's really been held sensationally today. Pokes it in towards the 50. Over the back. This is convenient. Very convenient there for Pika, who just tried to be a little bit too cute instead of running directly at the goals. He just sort of took his time there.
I don't think he could have run. He would have been run down.
Very undisciplined though. Rowville had 3 guys go for that contest and no one just stayed behind.
Well, that kick in went about 3 metres and the umpire paid the mark. The kick goes out towards the wing position, knocked over as Matty Davey, who's in a purple patch in this second half, runs back onto the ground, Besto.
So, Rowville have got it under control at the moment. East Ringwood need to find 4 goals from somewhere, which you think the way the game's going at the moment is a massive ask. Nicely done by Showmakers, got the front spot. Here's the kick down the line. It's a one-on-one contest, not marked, but still, Rowville will be happy. They've got the field position. Nicely taken by Verrill, he's been great. Gets it back, taken there by Edwards. Rowville will be just happy just to slow it down, take a bit of time out. Tyler, where's he going to go?
No, don't go backwards.
Just thinking about going in boards, but Ray told him to go forward and he listened. There's the kick down towards half forward, and it's been belted out over the line.
Boundary.
Let's get into Jared on the boundary.
Just noticing that East Ringwood, they're taking the kicking option a little bit too much. When they have numbers around the ball, they could chain up with handballs a little bit more often to find some space and then a more efficient kick, but they're just rushing the kick to try to get it forward.
So the ball comes out, it's bouncing around, it's been picked up there by Bonello, gets a quick handball off to Wakeman, who goes forward. Now can someone get on the end of this? Chasing over there, the bounce was for Pika, haven't called his name too much today. Goes in there for a great second effort, but he's tackled nicely there by Schrook on the ground. Ball comes out, this should be a goal you'd think from a handy, but well it has to be a goal, but it's missed. Another wasted opportunity. Boy, they've wasted some chances, the East Ringwood side today, and they really have been their own worst enemy. So 22 points the margin, 69-47 after 13 in the last term.
Ball comes out. Tyson Schrook really liked his game today. Kick goes over the top. Liam Coughlin. So they'll just play the possession game as best as they can. It went over the top there of Clark's head over the boundary line and out of bounds. It goes. Delaney sees it over. 13 and a half gone now. It's a 22-point margin to the Rowville Hawks. 4 goals is needed from the home side. East Ringwood going into this game undefeated. Rowville showing them that any side on their day can take it up and beat the premiership favourite as the ball comes out. Nicely done. Clark got the receive handball from Edwards. A knock-on worked out beautifully. Here's Verrill on the left boot. Kicks it towards Flakemore! At the top of the goal square, he'll go back, put it through Ray, and that will be the icing on the cake.
Gee, that was centimetre perfect, wasn't it? That was a perfect kick. Flakemore did not have to break stride.
That was a fantastic kick.
I'll tell you what, Will Verrill's shaping himself up for BOG.
Yeah, he's had a sensational game. I totally agree with that. So Flakemore kicked 1 goal in the second quarter, so he likes this end. Drop punt, go for a goal. It's game over here out at East Ringwood Reserve. They have done enough now. 75 plays 47. It's a 28-point margin. And I'll tell you what, the way the Hawks are playing, the question is how much?
Yeah, look, the dominance of Rowville after half-time, you look at the scoring shock, it's 17-20 now. At one stage there, East Ringwood had so many more scoring shots.
One Turner South 13-5-83, leading Surrey Park 9-12-66. East Burwood up by 23, 9-8-62. Waverley Blues 6-9-45.
So back in the middle, and what have East Ringwood got? I think the day is almost done for them with 15 minutes played in this last term. It's going to be a bridge too far. Not too many would have picked this, but they played superbly in the third quarter and now into this fourth quarter after a pretty tight first half. And Wave will get a stoppage in the middle of the ground. So umpire come in and throw it up again. This will be a bit of a wake-up call for East Ringwood. You go through unbeaten for a while and suddenly you have a loss. It just allows you to reset, I suppose, if you want to look at it like that. So it might be a positive thing as it's taken to the ground there by Delaney.
Bowen up now by 65 over Vermont. 18-15, 123. Vermont 8-7-55. Mitcham 14 points now up on Berwick. 11-11, 77. Lord Nelson. Berwick 9-9-63.
So the kick from Shook it was into the, they've still got it. It looks like they turned it over Davey. Pokes one down the ground. Nice mark taken over there. They'll go forward again. It's a bit of a, in fact, it's an awful kick. It's very close to the out of bounds. And in the end it is over, is it? No, still an over there. In fact, finally it is over. It looked like it was even from my port with my poor eyesight I could see.
Blackburn now up by 14, 13-7-85.
Moving on.
Doncaster is 11-5-71. And Noble Park 10-10-70 lead South Croydon 6-8-44.
So another head out going the way of Rowville as they go inside 50 again. That kick's going to be a bit too far and Keedle comes back and he takes the mark. Did he get it before it went out of bounds? I think he did. Yes, he did. And East Ringwood will bring it out.
When was the last time Vermont lost by over 10 goals, Brash?
Last year, earlier this
very
year.
Rare. It's very rare it's happened.
Wasn't it last
for
year
a very long time?
Rowville. I think they did it again early in the season.
Yeah.
Going to be the...
That was the Brash Baird Cup.
It was.
Or was it the Baird Brash Cup?
It don't matter.
We always win that, so it's a Baird Brasher Cup, boys.
Yeah, I'll pay that. Kick goes up. Oh, nice fly. And went up almost unattended, really, in the end. Was McLean. Winds around now. Kicks it inside forward 50. Big fly over there by McRae. Couldn't quite trap it.
Should have taken that mark.
Shouldn't he? It's like he spent it.
Yeah.
Benell's kicked a couple of goals, but he hasn't done a lot for East Ringwood at all today. He had probably a 5-minute period where he kicked a couple of goals, and they probably needed more from him as the likes of other players as well. But they've just, this second half has been so impressive from Rowville. As the kick comes out now, strong tackle there on Delaney that time. Verrill once again.
What Jared Beanland said before was right. All the system has gone out of East Ringwood moving forward. They're just kicking the ball forward in hope at the moment.
Verrill could very well. Oh, quick kick right into the knackers as a clearing kick comes in towards the middle of the ground. Linking up handball. He's the man of the moment. Matty Davey. He goes into the first gamer. The first gamer, Toby! Kicks a goal, you little beauty. And it's all celebrations out here at East Ringwood Reserve. The party down at Seabeck tonight is where you must RSVP. Ray Baird will be down there.
Did you happen to notice James Below was in the middle of the ground there doing his shoelaces up?
Was he? Okay.
He was down on his knees.
But all that came from that
Saying a
tackle.
prayer.
All that came from that tackle on East Ringwood's half-forward line by Verrill.
The whole side has run down to celebrate there with Lachlan Toomey, of course, a late inclusion in today's game. It's always fantastic when you kick your first goal in a senior game.
Upset brewing at Quamby, North Ringwood 10-8-68, leading Beaconsfield 9-4-58. Montrose 8-14-62 over Bayswater 4-3-27.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Jared.
Yeah, just going back to what was being spoken about, Jamie Burnell. I mean, that's often what happens when you've got Jesse Eichhoff playing on you. You don't have much of a shot.
Well, ask Adrian Kalkowski about that.
Exactly.
It's like a training drill, honestly. I'm not being biased. But look at this. Now have a look. It's like this.
The training drills you've given him.
There's been a lot of plays like that as they go forward again, winding around. The spearing kick goes in. Besto, it's over to you, my friend.
Yes, I think the cue's gone on the rake, it's fair to say, as they come forward again, East Ringwood. And they'll get their hands on the footy, and the hands there of Pika. Gives it off to Waitman, who almost got caught. Goes for home, Waitman. In fact, he goes to a good kick in the end, and he picks out a teammate in Fox. It was good early, but he's gone out of the game, has there for a lot of the East Ringwood players, and he'll go back and kick this for what it's worth.
You almost feel a bit sorry there for Verrill because he was just caught out in the wrong spot. He was in the right spot where a defender should be. The ball broke out, and then it just was a perfect kick to Fox.
So Josh Cox, he's kicked 30 this season, but this will be his first of the day, believe it or not. He's the kick, and he puts it through, so hasn't been his day, but as I say, hasn't been alone in that.
For Cal Verrill, though, to hold a guy like Fox to one goal when it's 20 minutes into the last quarter, that's a great effort.
Well, I'm thinking both Verrills are going to get in my votes today.
Could be.
There's only a goal in it at Mullum. Murrelbach 8-7-55, Norwood 8-1-49. South Belgrave are doing a number on Park Orchards 20-15-135. Park Orchards 10-8-68.
Showmaker's second half has been absolutely brilliant today.
Yeah, he's in my votes, mate.
Yeah, 100%. Rowville with my premiership tip, so that's looking pretty good at the moment based on today's game. Ray only had them in fifth, hashtag just saying. As it comes out now, Brolick, but going after it there, just couldn't quite trap the football. Handball over, linking up nicely. Mundy on the left boot was smothered. They're just all over him at the moment, Rowville, forcing mistakes, though.
Boundary.
he's not
Silenced.
interested. Yeah, he doesn't like it when
He's
I
put
say
the cue in
something
the
to
rack.
him.
He wasn't listening.
He wasn't listening.
Turn your hearing over,
I don't
Belmont.
blame him.
Elmer, check your battery.
I think Chris Cordes had something to say.
Yeah, just on thanks for that, Lee. Just on Showmakers in the second half, the quarter time and half time, or like talks from Rowville, were a lot focused around how to stop Henry. And on a more light-hearted note, I've never heard one man be referred to as a beanpole so many times in a short span.
He's probably more a bean sprout than he is a bean pole. Heathmont look home here, 12-6-78, leading Templestowe 7-7-49. Croydon are in front by 2 points, 8-9-57. Lilydale 8-7-55.
Ball bouncing down in the wing position. Tweedy's there. Up and over the boundary line and out of bounds. Now we know that Ray Baird stepped up to being a play-by-play caller for the women's football. Maybe you should take over for the last few minutes, Ray, and call the Rowville win.
No, you guys. I just want to see you guys eat humble pie. Keep going.
One Turner South are up by 11 only now, 13-5-83. Surrey 10-12-72.
Have a look at the throw-in on this umpire, by the way.
I was the only one that picked Rowville.
Yeah, so
I don't think I gave it to you. I just said that I picked him for the flag.
I've got my knife and fork out.
That brings rain.
So Rowville with the footy as they have done for much of this term.
I've got the knife and fork out.
No
spoon with pie?
Well, maybe. Yeah, it's in the hands of
played
Edwards.
knifey spoony before.
He kicked down the line, finds McDonald. I'll get a spoon just in case. I'll play it by. Depends what sort of pie it is. So there's the kick down to about half forward. Up they fly. Goes right over the back. Davies chasing. Can he get him? The end of it. He did. He kept it in. Goes for the banana. Oh, he's missed it. That would have been the Tobin brothers' goal today. And it's gone through for a minor score.
Take him off.
One more to the total. Yeah, he's going to be dropped for next week.
3-1 to Matty Davey this afternoon. His 3 goals have been really important.
So same as last week. He was very instrumental in such a big win last week.
12-10-82 to 7-11-53. 23 gone last term.
Just seen the daggers I got from Ray when I just said take him off. He just turned around in 2 seconds and just stared me down. Very scary when he wants to be.
Mulgrave up by 17 now. Mulgrave 10-11-71. Ringwood 7-12-54.
Well, the Stings clearly got out in this game. There's the banter and the giggles of coming through. But what a performance it has been from Rowville. We could not have been more impressed as Eichhoff eventually in the arms now of Strook up towards the forward 50 mark. Bouncing football over the back. Norris is there. Davey, Mr. Explosive. He might sneak in for a vote from me as well today, Matty Davey.
East Burwood up by 10 points. 10-8-68. Waverley Blues 8-10-58.
Oh, there should be enough there for the Rams to get home. As Evans has been very good today as well, Evans. They work themselves around centre half forward line, the Hawks, but they might have coughed it up here in towards the middle of the ground. Just sort of slowed down a fair bit, hasn't it? Excuse me, Dylan Balo brought to ground. Sorry, it was Weatherall, who just really hasn't had an impact today, Weatherall.
No.
He looked like there was moments when there was some bursts and he was certainly a target, but the ball just hasn't been coming down to him across the half-forward line as the trainer tries to get completely out of the way there. He had to sprint a 100-metre sprint to get out of the way. Quick kick there by Wood. I haven't heard Nash Wood's name too often today.
Brash, while you're reading scores out, will you read the one out at East Ringwood, please?
Oh, no, not yet.
They haven't read it out for a while.
Oh,
12-10-82.
7-11-53.
No, well, some people
it's on the screen, Ray.
Some people listening on without looking.
We've read it out plenty of times.
I thought he was going to ask for the Blackburn Don West.
Kick up there. Yeah, well, waiting
like
for that one, Fox.
Braille.
On the right boot, Fox goes goalward for 2 in a couple of minutes to Fox, who went goalless for most of the game. But he's stepped up in this last term, Josh Fox, and he's kicked his second goal. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard for a number of times in the last few minutes, it is Rowville 12-10-82 to East Ringwood 8 goals 11-59.
And Donvale are once again doing a number on a Division 3 opponent. They're up by 110 over Oakley District, 17-21, 1-2-3, leading Oakley Districts 1-7-13.
And they won last week.
Yeah, they won.
Yeah,
they won by 128.
Based on last week's game, could you imagine Donvale v Sylvan?
So up it goes again. And back to this game, which is getting towards the dying stages. Rowville, can they put another one on the board? They may well do. Kick goes down, chasing after it there, trying to get his hands on it was that's Toomey. The umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Well, if Donvale were impressive, then Scoresby are equally as impressive because they're 114 points up over Fair Park, 22-9, 141. Fair Park 4-3-27.
So it's Evans who wins the hit out, although it's not clear at the moment. Chasing through after it there and picking it up nicely too was Edwards, who gets the centering.
Beautiful.
Kick. I was going to say into the hands, but it's not. Going back is that man Verrill, and there's a snap for goal, and it's
Stapleton.
It's gone through Stapleton. I thought he'd missed it for a moment because the goal umpire was heading away. But Stapleton's put it through, so they do get their late goal just to put the icing on the cake, and that's fair enough too. So Stapleton gets it's his first, I think, of the day. It is.
And up at the clay pot, Knox are up by 5 points, 14-19, 103, leading Sylvan 14-14, 99.
14-14.
Okay, Governor.
And there's a final at Wally Chew. Upper Gully have won by 79 points, 17-10, 112. Defeated Ferntree Gully 5-3-33.
So some one-sided scores today, 88-59, and it's in the hands of Rowville at the moment as we play out the dying moments of this one. 12-10-82 to East Ringwood 11-59. 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 12-10-82 to East Ringwood 11-
27 minutes, make that almost 28, tick on 13 goals, 10.88 to that ladies in the bingo scores. Ray knows all about the bingo, and 8.11.59. East Ringwood as it comes in now. Mundy to kick it on his opposite that time, comes out wide. East Ringwood aren't giving up. Walsh's kick was smothered. Clark, been happy with Clark since he came back on the ground, Ray. He's been very good. Kick goes in. What a fly! That time it was almost brought down. I couldn't believe it. Marking Smith. That was almost Footy Legends Mark of the Year.
Final up at Warrandyte. Warrandyte have got up here. 10-11-71, defeating Kilsyth 8-7-55. And Churnside Park 137 points up over Forest Hill. 26-15-171. Forest Hill 4-10-34. Blake, I think you're heading for a promotion into the seniors next week, my friend.
A lot of these scores are very top v bottom.
Yeah.
What number was Blake given today?
I don't know.
I don't know. I wanted him to have 70.
Hit-outs did he get?
I wanted him to have 70 because that was Dyson Baker's Magoo's number.
Back in the day, little handball over the top, Martini. Then now they go through the middle, the Hawks, up towards handball over the top. Who's going to sit up here for Wood? Wood goes in towards the first gamer in Toomey, who just, he's on a roll, really. He's had a good last quarter, Toomey. Really presented, made a lot of space.
And we've had Ninch, Nada from Croydon, North End, and Whitehorse Pioneer. So you wouldn't even know if these two sides are actually playing today.
Lachlan Toomey, can he make it 2? No. He can make it 1 and nothing. Out of bounds on the full. Bring us home, Besto.
So not too long to go on this one. We're in the 30th minute of this term. And it's going to be a restart when the ball comes back from over the fence. Haven't had too much of that today, like some other games. So Walsh it is, he's going to bring it back in. And the cheers from the Rowville faithful are going to be loud when the siren goes. They've been superb today in this last term as well. Coming away there nicely with Shook. And there's the siren. And a fantastic victory by Rowville today. They've just been far too good. And they've come out the winners. It was a pretty interesting first half, but in the end they got on top in the third quarter, and they've continued it through to the fourth quarter, 88-59. BWS run through the scores for us.
Yeah, it was a fantastic 29-point win in the end to the Rowville Hawks, whose second half was just unbelievable to watch, and they really took it up to East Ringwood, who at one stage during that third term was up by 12 points before Rowville really just clicked into gear, and from that moment East Ringwood didn't look like they had a chance at all. Major goal kickers on the ground for Rowville today, 3 each to Maddie Evans and Maddie Davey, whose second half was just superlative. 2 goals to Flakemore, singles to Brolick, Stapleton, Martini, and the first game of Toomey in that final term, which the crowd absolutely loved. Major goal kickers for East Ringwood, Riley Wetherill and Josh Fox. They're 2 major goal kickers for the year. Getting amongst it with a couple of majors, Bennell kicked 2 goals as well in a 10-minute purple patch. McLean and McRae with the single goals on the board, but this is a moment for the season 2025 where the rest of Premier understand that if they play their best footy on the day, East Ringwood Brash are a side that can be beaten.
Most definitely. From that 12-minute mark of about the third quarter, BWS, Rowville just took complete control of the contest. It was that midfield led by Clark, McDonald and Showermakers. They just got down and dirty, and they just started to win the centre clearances, and they just started to bring all their players into the contest. And once that happened, it was like a flood. It was like a tide. They just couldn't. East Ringwood just couldn't do anything about it.
Let's cross down boundary side to Chris Curtis and Jared Beanland, because we've got some guests. Over to you, Chris.
Yes, thank you guys. I'm here with Josh Clark. Josh, at half-time, East Ringwood had double the scoring shots that you guys did, but we're only up 6 points. They should have killed you when they had the chance. How good does that comeback feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Obviously getting a win after the last couple of games, we haven't really played too well. It's really exciting. So, yeah, it's just a great team win.
And there was a lot said about East Ringwood and the outs that they had, but you guys were a bit short-staffed today yourselves, and there were so many players that stepped up throughout the team. And how impressive is and how good does it feel to really have that whole team approach to such a big win like this?
Yeah, we have a lot of depth, and a lot of the young players have stepped up quite a lot this year. We've had a lot of our big players in the back line are out at the moment, so it's really impressive to see the young boys stand up.
I'm here with Matty Davey. Matty, coming up against the Premiership favourites perhaps in East Ringwood, what was the feeling going into this game, and what do you think this will do for the club in future rounds?
Yeah, we actually had a lot of confidence going into today. They got a few out, as Clarkie probably said, but we've got a few out as well, so I reckon it was pretty even. Yeah, mate, it's a huge win for the club. We got 3 wins today. We came here with a plan to do that. As for the rest of the season, one of our leaders, Shuey, said at half-time, we were down by 6 points. He said, boys, this is our turning point in our season, and we all dug our heels in after, and we all agreed, and second half we turned it on, and hopefully it is, because we lost a few games in a row there, but I reckon the last 2 weeks, we're back.
Well, what do you think was the main change at half-time that spurred that on?
Well, I reckon we got on top of the midfield. A few clearances got our way. They put us under the pump in the second quarter, but we defended really hard. At this level, teams are going to have momentum. It's just whether you can, make the most of your momentum. We had it for the last 10 minutes of the third. I think we piled on 4, and that was it from there.
And how do you see your own game? You really started to get to work in the second half as well.
Yeah, not bad, mate. The old boy's still got it, eh? Still taking hangers.
Agreed.
Make sure you tell him that Ray owes him 3 beers as well, Jared.
Also, I'm being told to tell you that Ray Baird owes you 3 beers.
Yeah, does he? Oh, good on him. Well, he said I was 25 years old 2 years ago, so he was a little bit off there. So I was 25 9 years ago, so good on him.
So he owes him 4.
Awesome. Well, thank you both. Let's go and enjoy the song.
Thank you. Cheers, boys.
Thank you very much to Josh Clark and Matty Davey down there with Chris Curtis and Jared Beeland, and a couple of very happy boys as the rest of the players just waiting for them to join the circle now as they make their way off the ground. Ray Baird, you went down there. Is the crowd just dispersed down there?
I went nature called.
Oh, okay, righty. I
thought you'd gone down to be on the song.
No, if I went
that's
down,
what I thought as well.
If I went down there, I wouldn't be back up here now.
Maybe one day we'll get Ray in the middle and some Gatorade poured on him. But they make their way off the ground now, the Rowville Hawks, and they deserve the standing ovation they are currently getting from their faithful fans. And your mate Paul Denton, he'll be disappointed he wasn't out here today to watch this one, Ray. But he'll be able to watch the replay as well.
That's right, yeah.
Fantastic stuff to the Rowville Hawks as they make their way off. We'll see. Is this a ground, our resident John Blackman, that we can get in the rooms and get a signal?
I'm trying to remember where they're. So in the new pavilion, the rooms are sort of at the front, and we're not too far from them.
Here we go.
There we go. I told the boys even if they hang outside the room, they can hear it, but there we go.
Come on, please!
To come through, I noticed it was just cutting out a little bit if I got too close.
You did a great job there, Jared. And
Perfect.
We certainly got most of that one as Rowville are victors today in the EFNL Premier Division match of the round. The final scores out here, 13 goals, 10-88 to 8 goals, 11-59. We've certainly enjoyed it. We've still got time to go through all our awards and those important around the ground scores as you go local for your football this afternoon. But we're going to have a break, and when we come back, we'll do just that. I'm signing off. It's been a pleasure to come back over to Melbourne and call the footy with you guys, and I look forward to doing it very, very soon again. But we'll be back after the break with all those awards and around the ground scores.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve. It is Rowville 13-10-88 defeating the Roos 8-11-59, bringing their 8-game winning streak to an end this afternoon in a great contest here. Premier Division footy at its best. Two great sides going head-to-head, and we've gone through a fair bit across the afternoon with some of those scores, which we'll get back into in just a moment. But before we get into that, we've got the Best On Ground Award, Sportsco Eastland, Ray.
Yeah, look, I gave one vote to Cal Verrill. Anybody that can keep Fox to, well, he got 2 goals right at the end when the game was over. So his job today, I gave him 1 vote. 2 go, I gave to the instigator of Rowville's forward move, Nick Showermakers in the ruck. You know, early on it was, touch and go, him going up against the 2 other guys. But as the game went on, he's just, not only his ruck work, but his presence around the ground. 2 votes to him. And 3 votes I gave to Will Verrill. I thought he was magnificent. He was good in the first quarter, he was good in the second, but after half-time, he just turned it on. He missed the goal down here, and the East Ringwood contingent down there gave him heaps, and then when he got another one a few minutes later, he gave it back to them. And it was fantastic. So
it was a great moment.
3 votes, that's not why he got votes, but 3 votes for Will Verrill. I thought he was fantastic.
If we've got someone who's got a pen who's able to keep track of this while we go, thank you, Chris. Brett, we'll go with you now. You're 3-2-1.
3-2-1. So 1 vote I gave to Matt Davey. I thought he was fantastic today. Showmakers in that second half. Well, I mean, he got dominated probably in the first half. But Henry was really going well. He was playing superbly, but he really came back into it. And like Ray, I went with Verrill. I thought he was fantastic today for my 3 votes.
Excellent. Wayne Brashy, 1, 2, 3. Before we go, I've got BWS's votes in front of me as well. He's gone the 1 to Matty Davey, who ended up having a pretty impressive second half. Callum Verrill for the 2 votes, and he's given the big Showermakers the big 3. Brash, you're 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'm going to go 1 vote to. I'm going 1 vote to Josh Clark, because I thought he was the bloke in that third quarter that got him going in the midfield and started to win clearances. 2 votes to Cal Verrill. His job on Fox was sensational this afternoon. Didn't really put a foot wrong. And I think Nick Showmaker's game was outstanding this afternoon. For one big man to take on two of the premier ruckmen in East Ringwood side and lower their colours, I feel. It was a mighty effort, and I think he deserves the 3 votes.
Who we got down there? Chris Cordis, your 3-2-1.
Yes, I went with 1 for Will Varell. I think we've heard enough about how good he was today. I've gone 2 for Matty Evans. I just feel like when he kicked 3 today, and there were 3 big goals in moments that the side needed him to stand up. And I've gone the 3 for Josh Clark. I thought he was absolutely destructive throughout the middle, and despite the yellow card, he was just in everything good that Rowville did today.
Jared Beamon.
So I went 1 with Cal Varrell. I can't deny that excellent performance up against Fox. I gave 2 to Schoenmakers, fantastic in the ruck throughout the day, and 3 Josh Clark, just the way he was able to use the ball and just provide so much spark and run through the corridor for Rowville. I think that's really what started that push forward to the top of the score.
Yeah, I've gone similar. I've got Schoenmakers for the 1. I've actually given 2 to Lockie McDonald. I thought he had quite a fair bit of an influence, particularly in the second half when they got going. And I've agreed with you too. I've gone Josh Clark the 3 votes. I thought, again, particularly in that second half, when they got on top of the midfield, he was everywhere, set up a lot of those goals through his work through the clearances. So I've given him 3. So I think we're pretty spread around the ball, which is good. Today. Because there was quite a few contributors, as we've mentioned today. So I don't think there was one clear standout. But as Chris starts to tally that up, we'll give him a bit of time to do that. While
I got it if you're ready
you got
for
it.
Yeah,
what have we got?
Nick Schoenmaker's best on ground with 13 votes.
Excellent. So Nick Schoenmaker's the winner of the Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground award in today's win for Rowville.
Who was second? Can I just ask? And third? Because it was interesting.
Yeah, so second we had Josh Clark polled 10. And in third, we had a tie between... in third, we had Will Verrill with 7.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you there, Chris. So, congratulations to Schoenmakers. The Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I don't know if anyone sort of kept track on this one.
One of Fox's goals, I think, I can't remember, it was the first one, I think. Josh Fox.
From outside 50, loaded up.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I did.
What about I'm talking about the one in the pocket down here.
Oh, that was Wetherell.
That was
Wetherell.
Wetherell.
Sorry, yeah, that was what I'm thinking of. Sorry.
That was a good one too.
Yep.
Jamie Bennell had a really good one also in the second quarter. That was one that I noted down.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Bennell's was the one that he was right in close.
Flake
pop
ball
it in
kicked one from outside 52.
And there was another one down this end from the boundary as well. I can't remember. Was it Matty? Not Matty Davey. There was another one. I can't remember. I've forgotten the guy's name.
So now we've got about six. We've narrowed it down to about 6 options.
Go with Wetherell, I reckon.
Yeah, my vote's for Wetherell.
Yeah. All right, congratulations, Riley Wetherell, the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award winner. We've still got a bit of time here to recap some of those scores. Brash, you've been working hard across the afternoon, keeping us updated. Start at the top of Premier Division and we'll make our way through. I'm going to chase up that Croydon North MLOC result because we haven't had anything from them today. No,
let's start at Premier Division. And Noble Parker once again back on the winners list by 28 points over South Croydon. Noble Park 12-11-83 defeated South Croydon 7-13-55.
Late one for the flag.
Yeah. Balwyn had a massive win over Vermont this afternoon by 81 points. Balwyn 21-16-142, Vermont 9-7-61. The Tigers of the Mitcham variety are on the winners list finally in 2025 with a 25-point win over Berwick 14-13-97. Defeating Berwick 10-12-52. Obviously, we know the score 13-10-88 to 8-11-59 here. And Blackburn have come from behind and they've won by 21 points, 17-9-111 to Doncaster East 14-6-90. So they sort of they just fell away again, Doncaster East, didn't they?
Is that why BWS have to leave early? He's gone to the wake.
No.
But, Brash, before you get into Division 1, I've just got the Croydon North MLOC score, and it is official. A kick after the siren, and Croydon North MLOC have beaten Whitehorse by 2 points, 15 goals to 92 to 13-12-90. That could be one of their... Arguably their 15-2. Arguably their best win.
Did you say 13-12?
Yes, yep.
Yeah, accurate goal kicking wins the games, doesn't it?
Yeah, right. Goal after the siren to Lockie Polly.
Gee, where does that put Pioneers? Because they got beaten last week by a kick by Warrendale.
Yeah, well, that probably puts him in.
Puts him in a bit of jeopardy.
We'll go through the ladders after the results. That does put him in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, let's go into Div 2 here. And Beaconsfield, who got beaten by a point last week, have got up and won by a point this week. They've defeated North Ringwood 11-6-72. North Ringwood 10-11-71 after North Ringwood led by 10 points halfway through that last quarter. Montrose get back on the winners list by 47 points, 10-14-74, defeating Bayswater 4-3-27. And after a titanic struggle in terms of Moorabug finally get on top and win by 26 points over Norwood, 11-9-75, Norwood 8-1-49, and a big win by South Belgrave here, 23-18, 156 defeating Park Orchards 12-8-80. Geez, that a statement.
That's not fair.
It's not.
It's just not fair.
South Belgrave are just taking all before them. Heathmont had a big win this afternoon over Templestowe down at Porter Street. They won by 27 points, 14-6-90, defeating Templestowe 9-9-63. In a heart-stopper, Croydon have got up by 2 points at Croydon Park this afternoon, 8-9-57, Lilydale 8-7-55. Mulgrave in the end held on for an unimpressive 10-point victory over Ringwood, 12-11-83 to Ringwood 10-13-73. And in the end, a big win here for Wantirna South by 42 points, 18-6-114. Surrey Park 10-12-22. And East Burwood have got a victory at home on their new turf. They've beaten Waverley Blues by 10 points, 10-8-68. Waverley Blues 8-10-58. Disappointing result there for Waverley Blues.
And just Brash Mutter out on that, a bit under the radar. Croydon are now fourth after those results.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, up at Bannerham this afternoon, the Basin have survived a big scare to win by 5 points over Coldstream, 8-9-57. Coldstream 7-10-52.
Gosh, low scoring.
Not wrong. Wasn't a low score in this one, but it's not a final, but it may as well be because Donvale 17-25, 127 were 114 points up over Oakley District, 1-7-13. I can't.
Bizarre.
How can you work that side's form out?
They're gone from chocolates to boiled lollies in
Oh,
a week,
yeah.
haven't they?
Wonder how many goals Ethan Duncan kicked today. He got a big bag last week, I think. Got 7 or something, but
Yes.
yeah.
Scoresby were away to Fair Park and they strolled off with a 114-point victory over Fair Park, 22-9, 141. Unfortunately for Fair Park, 4 goals, 3, 27. And in the derby, Upper Gully outclassed Ferntree Gully by 79 points, 17-10, 112. Ferntree Gully a very disappointing 5-3, 33. And up at the clay pot, Knox have responded and they've got up by a goal. 16-21, 117, defeating Sylvan 16-15, 111. But 32 goals up there this afternoon. And in Division 4, from what we can glean here, yes, we have Churnside Park winning by 161 points, 30 goals, 17, 197. Forest Hill 4-12-36, and as we've just heard, Croydon North Emlock 15-2-92, defeated Whitehorse Pioneers 13-12-90, 25 scoring shots to 17, and a big win for Warrandyte at home this afternoon. Ryan over Kilsyth by 16 points. Warrandyte 10-11-71, defeated Kilsyth 8-7-55.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Ned, who's been giving us those updates out at Croydon North Emlock, because we had nothing come through the
Well
page
done, Ned.
queue. And he did say that 13 points down Croydon North Emlock with 3 minutes to go. And obviously, of course, ending with the kick after the siren to pinch that win over Whitehorse, and just keeps their finals chances alive too. That's actually quite interesting. We'll have a look at that tomorrow, and I would say that's arguably potentially their best win since joining the league.
Their
really.
history, yeah. I would imagine
I can't
so.
remember too many better wins in the last 5 years for Croydon North Hemlock.
Yeah, they upset Kilsyth at some point in the past.
Yeah, early in the season they beat Kilsyth.
That's right.
Yeah, so certainly one to keep an eye on. But, of course, that pretty much wraps things up for us here today. We've had a good look at two great sides in East Ringwood and Rowville and Ray in that Premier Division ladder. Now that top four continues to create a bit of a gap between the rest of the competition. That fifth spot's wide up for grabs with both Vermont and Doncaster East going down again today, and the Bulls having a little bit of a late run with 3 in a row. But the top four looks pretty settled.
Yeah, I know Besto's getting excited about the Bulls.
No, I'm not.
But the big news is, mate, they got Rowville next week.
Oh, there we go.
Out at the ball ring.
Yeah. It's nice to get the 3 wins, but
No,
I still can't see them.
Look, I think that with Brash sitting beside me, I'm ruling a pen right through Vermont. They can't play finals, Brash. I'm sorry.
They probably can't.
Finals,
No.
Not at this stage. I would back Donny East to get there before them, and even though Donny East haven't won today either.
There's a lot of talking points tomorrow with the weekend recovery across all the 5 divisions. It's actually been a pleasure today to sit back and listen to everyone on board. Great to have you back, Ray. You back, Besto. Of course, BWS back as well. It's been the old crew running the ship upstairs, and both Chris and Jared doing a fantastic job on the boundary as well.
Yep.
So great to obviously have everyone's company this afternoon. A big thank you to Megan Green, being busy today with both senior games filming. Lee Green, of course, doing all the hard work behind the scenes. Of course, you, Brett. When do we see you next? When do we get you down here again?
Not sure. Probably another 3 weeks or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll try and get another high-quality game for you once you're back, but thank you for making the trip down today.
Yep.
Ray Baird, of course, great to have you back this afternoon. You were out at the women's this morning and doing double duty.
Yeah, no, I've really enjoyed being back too, Ryan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Wayne Brasher, as always, he's had he's a Premier Division article out this week, getting plenty of clicks on.
Yeah, look, it was a pleasure doing that article, and I hope the people that have read it so far have enjoyed it. I'm actually been quite stoked by the response and by the amount
numbers.
By really good numbers. So thank you to all the people out there from the Eastern Football Netball community.
Absolutely. Chris Cordes on the mic this morning at the senior women's game and doing a fantastic job once again.
With Oscar?
Yes, thank you.
With Oscar too.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure just about until when the sun went away, and then it's been very cold. But no,
certainly dropped off.
It's been another Saturday well spent. Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow at the weekend recovery. And Jared Beanland, of course, great to have you this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Yeah, it was an excellent game to watch, and always a fun Saturday.
That's it for us here. East Ringwood, Rowville getting up 13-10-88 to 8-11-59 the Roos.